stage has been set. Over the past week, we have prepared for this moment, the finals of the 2015 Kayak World Championships, the ICF-sanctioned event here on the Ottawa River. I want to welcome everybody in attendance. The crowd is going to be filling into the grandstand shortly as we are about to get things underway with our finals. It has been a fantastic week of freestyle action. There have been some incredible highlights. And today is what it's all about. We are going to have a champion crowned in all of our disciplines. We've already crowned our champion in squirt boating with Claire O'Hara as well as Stephen Wright. But we're also going to see who the champions are in K1 junior men and women, senior men and women, C1 and OC1. Right now, before we get to it, let's take a look at some of the highlights in a quick video replay of what's been going down here on the Ottawa River. So welcome back, everyone. Ken over here with Matt Hamilton. We're going to have Jez and Corey Volt here in just a moment. What a incredible week it's been. I'm glad through the grace of God in the past few moments I was giving my voice back. We've been doing nothing but talking for the past several days. And when you lose your voice at an event like this, it's difficult, but it's also understandable because we've been hollering and yelling, screaming, getting everybody fired up, and it has been such a wonderful event. Here's your competition format. We've got OC1 coming up, the finals. As you take a look at those 5 boaters in their open boat. This is going to be 5 riders. They're going to have 3 runs. The best one counts. I love this type of format due to the fact that it's just one of those huck and go kinds of moments. They're going to go out there and boost big because one ride will count. So once again, they will drop in their OC1, their open canoe, and the top ride is what's going to take home the victory. The keys to that success, it's going to come down to this: variety. Judges wanting to see all types of different moves out there on the wave. Also the precision. This is not their first rodeo, I can tell you that, and they know the technique to make sure that the judges are convinced. Also, the consistency and the strategy. 45-second rides here on the Ottawa River. As you look over there, I can see Dane Jackson. He's ready to go. Seth Chappelle also fired up. An international group of paddlers here. Got a Canadian in there. The Garburator Wave has been serving up some huge tricks over the past 7 days. Also, big smoothie upstream for our squirt boating division. I know that everybody's just starting to come out here, but our crowd in the audience right now, are you fired up to watch this? You've got a great seat and expect a packed house. We've got a lot of different disciplines here at the ICF Freestyle Kayak World Championships. We're going to start it off with open canoe. Sacagawea, Lewis and Clark had nothing on these guys and girls. This is an open boating technique. They used half a paddle. That's going to be the same thing for C1. C1 is in a closed cockpit boat where the paddlers are also on their knees, and they had some huge hits yesterday, massive airs. A lot of torque and power facilitated by being high up on their knees. We have got some remarkable boaters here with both the men and the women. But after that C1, we're going to get to our junior women's finals. Couldn't believe what I saw going down yesterday from our junior paddlers. We took it to the semis, now to the finals. The junior men, I watched the video replay with the crew that's here from Corner Wave Media, and when you slowed it down, this is the future of the sport. These juniors, I definitely see in the future that we are going to have a champion in the senior division. Your K1 women are going to be coming up. We saw some almost considerable carnage yesterday in the women's division. We saw some dreams shattered as our top qualifier going into the semifinal rounds was eliminated. K1 men also coming up for the finals. I'm excited to call that. In the K1 men's finals, we have 5 countries represented here. Literally all 5 of our top men going into finals all come from different places around the world. Here's your heat list. Let's get fired up. We're moments away from getting it going. We're going to see Jonas Utenberg, Andrew Hill, Brad McMillan, Dane Jackson, and Jordan Poffenberger. All right, we've got our OC1 finals heat. It's Jonas Utenberg, Andrew Hill, Brad McMillan from the United States, Dane Jackson from the United States, and Jordan Poffenberger. A Canadian is out there. It's Andrew Hill. How many Canadians in attendance right now? Yeah, that's right. Your countryman is coming up. Here's some of the popular moves going down today. You'll see them in this division, although as you take a look at your monitor, it's K1, the blunt. Basically elevating that boat up on edge, going vertical and past vertical. The back blunt is that exact same move, going in reverse. What you're watching right now in your monitor is video highlights in K1, but C1, as we slow it down, the paddler that you see right there, Nick Troutman, who has paddled this feature for generations, it seems, although he's still in his 20s. He's probably spent about 3 years straight just surfing that. And of course, the air screw, an elevated aerial move where oftentimes the paddler doesn't even get their hair wet, going from hull to hull. The helix, it's pretty cool. Steve Fisher's here with Corner Wave Media, and I was talking to him last night. I said, you realize that you invented many of these tricks, and the helix was one. I can remember about 10, 12 years ago, you know, back in the day when the internet was invented, and watching Fisher down on the Zambezi River throwing that trick for the first time. Of course, the McNasty, one of the highest scoring moves that you can have out here on this feature or any. What's going to happen, though, is that we're going to link these together in 45-second rides. Whoever can do it consistently, stay on the wave, and execute these perfectly is going to be the champ. I'd like to give another round of applause for these 5 because these are the 5 best OC1 paddlers on the planet right now. All right, we're going to get up. We're ready for our first competitor, Jonas Utenberg. All right, coming up, Jonas Utenberg joining me right now.
Jonas dropping onto the wave, setting up right away as he surfs down the left side of the wave. Trying to set up nice and high on the pile. He wants to get something going here. It's difficult to get things going in these big OC1s. As they fill up, he surfs up to the top of the wave. And we'll see him back up here. He's got 2 more rides. Andy Hill up there on the rock, getting set up, jumping in his boat. He made that boat himself, tirelessly sanding the fiberglass, making it work. He's ready to go up there on the rock, just going to get himself strapped in. These guys are sitting on a saddle. They use a thigh strap or a waistband to hold them into their boats.
All right, I'd like to introduce my good buddy Corey Volt and Matt Hamilton. They're going to be calling the OC1. I'll be rejoining you a little bit later for the K1 Junior Men. Guys, you got your work cut out for you. The best of the best are here on the Ottawa.
Our next paddler hailing from Canada, Mr. Andrew Hill, up on the rock here on Moby Dick. These competitors are each getting 3 45-second rides with only their final ride, their top ride counting. At the end of this heat, we will have a new world champion. Who will it be? Will it be Jonas Utenberg, Andrew Hill, Brad McMillan, Dane Jackson, or Jordan Poffenberger? We are ready for Team Canada's Andrew Hill.
That's right, Andy, a local paramedic here in the Ottawa Valley, a former raft guide hailing all the way from Manitoba. And he getting ready to drop in. It is his stage for the next 45 seconds as he's struggling to get onto that shoulder. He's coming down. He wants something big right off the bat. Throwing a little bit of a shove it in there maybe. Trying for a background house. He sets up high on the pile. He wants to charge down, get something off that green water as he's spinning around, trying to get a flashback maybe, going for a righty blunt. And he fired up, using lots of his time out here on the wave. One of the most difficult disciplines to paddle, the OC1s. He's full of water right now as he spins around trying to huck a flashback, aka a back blunt. Going for McNasty on the wave as he pulls up at the top of the wave. Looks like he's still there. An amazing ride and an OC1 from Andrew Hill.
Racking up the points on his first ride here at the 2015 ICF World Championships. If you guys are just tuning in online, what you are watching now is the OC1 final heat. Here's a quick replay of Andrew's run. Our next paddler hailing from the United States of America. Let's get loud for Mr. Brad McMillan. He's sitting up there on the Moby Dick rock, dropping into the hole. Andrew Hill's score was 85 points.
Brad huge lefty blunt from Brad as he's serving it up out there. We saw some big moves from him in the C1. We'll see more from him. He's got 2 more rides here on the carburetor.
Again, competitors, we will be reading the scores after every ride so you guys know what the score is to beat to be the world champion. I need scores. Okay, so I need scores after each ride. We get a pen?
Dane bringing it around, down backwards, and surfing off the wave.
Dane Jackson out of Rock Island, Tennessee. That will do it for his first ride. These competitors are each getting 3 45-second rides. Here's a quick replay of Dane Jackson's first ride. Dane Jackson having a good first run here in these finals. Hoping he will be at the top of the podium at the end of the day. We are waiting for his score. His first ride score is 0. Our next paddler. Our next paddler hailing from the United States of America, Mr. Jordan Poffenberger, out there in his black flag canoe, sitting up on the rock, dropping in off Moby Dick into the carburetor.
Right away, backing it up, going for a huge pistol flip at the top of the foam pile. Jordan showing why he's the reigning world champion.
This feature, the carburetor, it's a very technical feature, Matt. We've seen the top athletes in the world catch unfortunate flushes. Here in the finals, each competitor gets 3 45-second rides with only their top ride counting. Here's a quick replay from Jordan's ride. Jordan setting up for the pistol flip, going for that big high-scoring move right out of the gate, and unfortunately catching an edge and washing right off the wave. Jordan's first score is 0 points. He's got 2 more rides to put some points on the board. We know he can do it. He is your reigning world OC1 champ. Our next paddler hailing from Germany is Jonas Utenberg. We are ready for you, bud. His first ride score of 18 points puts him pretty far up on that leaderboard.
Jonas dropping down onto the wave. As he sets up, he's going for a nice righty roundhouse, backing it down, spins it back around. He wants more points than that. Trying to get that canoe bouncing as he spins it around. Beautiful spin. Setting up high. These boats are hard to paddle. They're a big boat, and this wave is not forgiving. As he comes down, trying to work it out. Spinning around the other direction. Nice back roundhouse. Catching an edge and maybe into a cartwheel end there as he's still on the wave. Using his entire time out here. Big energy. Huge back blunt. And a nice ride from the German.
Matt, we have tens of thousands of people viewing live online. If you guys want to communicate with me, we just got internet here at the site. So, hashtag. Here is the replay from Jonas's second ride. If you hashtag kayak freestyle, I'll be able to get your feedback, send some shout outs. We'll be able to communicate with you live on the internet. We have stands with 250 people on river right and 100 people over on river left. That's 300 people here on the banks of the Ottawa River watching the best paddlers in the world. Jonas Utenberg is going to best his first run score of 18 with a second run score of 65 points, moving him way up there in the standings. Our next paddler representing Team Canada, Mr. Andrew Hill, dropping in off of Moby Dick with a first ride score of 85 points.
That's right, Andy, a local boy here, former raft guide, now a paramedic, as he drops down off the Moby Dick rock, catching the shoulder there. He wants to better his first ride score. Already having an amazing ride out there as he throws a bit of a pistol flip there and flushes off down the wave.
Andrew coming in with a second ride score of 0, so he'll stick with his first ride score of 85 points. Coming to the screen now is our unofficial top 5. Here are the current standings. In 5th place, Jordan Poffenberger. 4th place, Dane Jackson. 3rd place, Brad McMillan. 2nd place, Jonas Utenberg. 1st place, Andrew Hill with a score of 85 points. Our next paddler, hailing from Canada. Hailing from the United States of America, Mr. Brad McMillan dropping in the OC1 class, dropping in off of the Moby Dick rock.
Brad sliding in off the rock, setting up high on the pile right away, throwing a nice lefty blunt, showing he's got some big skills here in this OC1. Oh, bubbling off that tough right side of the wave.
Such a difficult dynamic feature the Garburator is. It's not a hole, it's not a wave, it's a crashing wave feature with 2 big shoulders where these athletes are able to accelerate down and launch off. Here on the screen you see Brad McMillan throw set up on top of the wave. Throws a blunt, getting some points on the board there. Goes to surf and flushes off. So he's going to get some points on the board for that one. We'll see what his second run score is. Brad McMillan coming in with a second run score of 70 points, putting him in 2nd place overall. Our next paddler from the United States of America, Mr. Dane Jackson. He's competing in all 4 divisions that he can compete in, other than the ladies and the juniors. Dane dropping into the feature.
Awesome, Dane right away into a huge blunt into some cartwheels as he rolls up on the top of the pile. He claims that one with a little bit of a fist pump as he flows off downstream.
Good morning, crowd. Let's get fired up. We got the stands. Wow, what an awesome setup. You guys look beautiful up there. Got our magnificent judges and scribes, our audience down here. By the end of the day, this place is going to be packed. I see the Canadian flag everywhere right now on some shirts. Do we have any flags in the audience? Let's wave the maple leaf. You've got a Canadian here. This is the finals, y'all. This is the big show all afternoon.
Thanks, Ken. We've got Ken on the river, left side of the river, sitting on the rafts. He'll be cheering on all the athletes, getting some interviews from us, getting interviews from the athletes as they come off the wave. We'll be getting hits from Ken all day from over there on river left on the raft.
Oh, buddy, I'm going to send you over here because you got to see this. I see Dane. There's Jordan Poffenberger. Jordan, by the way, one of my favorite paddlers. I had the opportunity a couple years ago to do the Green River with him, and he's a wicked freestyler. You got to see this kid creek boat.
Dane Jackson coming in with a second ride score of 70 points. Our next paddler, hailing from the United States of America, is Jordan Poffenberger, getting ready to drop in for his second ride here at the finals for the World Championships. He knows what it's going to take to be the world champion. He is the reigning world champion.
Jordan right away throwing that huge pistol flip move as he catches an edge and unfortunately flushes off. He's got one more ride to show us what he's got.
Risky business, but those are the high-scoring moves. These athletes are going for the high-scoring moves right out of the gate because they don't want their canoes to fill up with water later in the ride. It makes it a little bit more difficult. Here is Jordan dropping into the wave. You can see him setting up for the pistol flip. He sets up backwards, gets a big bounce, pulls it around, but the boat fills up with water. You can see him sink through the foam pile and flush off the feature.
It's so crazy to see canoes throwing these freestyle tricks. It was back in '07 when we had the World Championships just downstream on the bus eater that I first saw the most massive air in an open canoe.
We have Jordan's second ride score of 0. He knows he's got to put some points on the board if he wants to remain the reigning world champion. Our next paddler with a score of 65, hailing from Germany, is Jonas Utenberg. Jonas knowing if he wants to be a world champion, he's going to have the best in 85 to get on top of the podium.
Slipping in off the rock there, down the reactionary onto the carburetor. Jonas spinning around right away as he sets back up to the top of the foam pile, coming down with some speed, trying to generate some energy. We've seen some big blunts from him already today. He wants some more. He's currently in second place. Oh, and he slides back down off the wave. And that'll be it for his third and final ride.
He seems pretty happy. That guy's a beast. He's like the Ivan Drago of open canoe. Great to have the German here. I look over, I see Brad McMillan from the United States of America. He'll be coming up here shortly. I see everybody paddling, quite a few of them, that Black Fly open canoe. That's a company that American Jeremy Laux has founded. Jeremy, unfortunately, not out there, but I'm sure he is fired up to see his craft fully stalking that eddy line.
Jonas Utenberg posting a 16.67 on his third run. He will stick with his second run score for a score of 65 points.
Hey, Canada, get fired up for your boy, Andy Hill.
Pretty amazing. He's our current leader here in the OC1 finals. This is the World Championships. It's the biggest stage of freestyle paddling. And Andy's at the top of his game right now as he's setting up to drop in off the Moby Dick Rock.
We only have 4 more rides here until we crown our OC1 champion. We are ready for Team Canada to take center stage here at the finals. Let's get fired up as Andrew Hill takes to the wave.
Sliding off that rock with confidence. He's coming down the wave backwards. He wants that pistol flip. And oh my God, that was huge. Andy killing it out here. Shows he wants to be on the top of that podium with a nice roundhouse to the right. Andy's fired up out there in his homemade boats. He's been working all summer to make this happen. Coming around with a big flashback, back blunt. He is happy with his paddle up in the air.
What was that? Team Canada's Andrew Hill going off. Watching live on the internet here from the World Championships on the bank of the Ottawa River, you're able to see Andrew Hill's replay starting his ride off with a massive pistol flip in an open boat. Andy going for that pistol flip in the open boat and sticking it before his boat fills up with water, and he'll throw another big back blunt towards the end of his ride. What a phenomenal ride for Team Canada. He wants to be crowned the world champion in OC1.
Some amazing rides from these OC1ers out there. A beautiful day on the Ottawa River. The river's flowing, the waves at a great level. These guys are fired up. We're having some amazing action out here. Andy Hill waiting for his score from that ride to come in. He looks happy out there in the eddy.
coming in with a third run score. Let's get loud for Team Canada. 281 points in an open boat. Andrew Hill crushing it. That was a phenomenal ride. Here are your unofficial top 5 currently. Currently sitting in 5th place is Jordan Poffenberger. 4th, Jonas Utenberg. In 3rd, Dane Jackson. In 2nd, Brad McMillan. And in 1st place, Andrew Hill with a score of 281 points. Our next paddler, hailing from the United States of America, currently tied with Dane Jackson with a score of 70 points, is Mr. Brad McMillan.
Brad slipping in off the rock there as he sets up on the wave. Right away looked like he was looking for a lefty blunt. Oh, catching an edge, and unfortunately flushing off the back of the wave on his 3rd and final ride, bringing us to Dane Jackson.
Brad currently tied with Dane Jackson with a score of 70 points. Brad McMillan going to stick with his 2nd run score of 70 points, and it currently is tied for 2nd place with our next paddler. Also hailing from the United States of America, no stranger to competition, Mr. Dane Jackson. We are ready for you.
Dane drops off the rock there onto the carburetor. A nice big lefty blunt right off the bat. Dane wants to get some points on the board as he throws around to a nice flashback, going for a righty roundhouse. Coming down, going for a back roundhouse to the right. Setting up Dane, putting together a solid ride here. He wants to be up on the top of the podium. Let's see what he's got here as he attempts a pistol flip, catching an edge and flushing off.
Dane currently tied with Brad McMillan with 70 points. Will this be enough to move him up in the leaderboard? We will find out here in a minute. They are currently tied for silver with our current point leader, Andrew Hill, with a 281-point ride, just crushing it here in the OC1 class. If you're watching on this screen on the live stream, you can go ahead and hashtag us Freestyle Kayak or hashtag ICF Freestyle. If you got any comments or you want to shout out to any of your favorite athletes, go ahead and hashtag ICF Freestyle or Kayak Freestyle, and we'll be checking the Twitter and giving you the shout out. Dane Jackson pretty fired up on his 3rd ride, and I would be too. This 3rd ride moves him into 2nd place with a score of 190 points, which means we have one rider left before we crown a world champion. Our next paddler, a current reigning world champion, Mr. Jordan Poffenberger from the United States of America, needing to put together a solid ride if he wants to get onto the podium today.
Jordan drops down off the wave, spinning around backwards right away. He wants that pistol flip, and there it is as he comes up on the top of the wave. We'll see what the judges have to say. They really want to see that boat come up over the paddler as Jordan throws a nice little roundhouse to the right, spinning it around, trying to set back up onto that left shoulder. He wants to be back on the top of the podium. He's defending his world title here right now, ladies and gentlemen, in his 3rd and final ride. Throwing a nice little back house there. Sets up. He knows he's got time for one more big move out there on the wave. Let's see what Jordan has for us right at the end here. Looking for that, maybe that pistol flip again. Catching an edge, spinning around, and Jordan flushes off the bottom of the wave. And that'll be it for Jordan's 3rd and final ride. Momentarily, we'll know who our world champion is here on the Ottawa River. We've got our
How cool is it, Matt? We're in the middle of the wilderness, and Wilderness Tours, our host, has erected this coliseum on the banks of the Ottawa River. We can see 300 people on the banks of the jacked up in the woods so we can stream this live to the internet. We have tens of thousands of viewers at home right now. And momentarily, we will know the world rankings for these athletes. They are already guaranteed the top 5 athletes in the world. These athletes are anxiously sitting, waiting for their scores to come in so we will know who our medalists are. Jordan Poffenberger coming in with a third ride score of 68 points. And what that means is we know who our medalists are. And what this means, here is our unofficial top 5. Matt, can you read these off the screen for me?
Absolutely, Corey. In 5th place is the German Jonas Utenberg with 65 points. In 4th place is United States' Jordan Poffenberger with 68.33 points. In the bronze medal position, Brad McMillan from the United States with 70 points. In the silver medal position, Dane Jackson from the United States, 190 points. And that's right, ladies and gentlemen, the hometown hero, Andrew Hill, in the gold medal spot with 281 points.
Mic check. Oh, I got my mic back. Let's hear it, Canada. Boom. That just happened. Come on. You got a champion. You're about to be awarded the first gold medal here at the World Championships. How awesome is that?
Here's some of the best action from the OC1 finals here at the World Championships, watching live online. We've got tens of thousands of viewers. Make sure you hashtag all your photos, ICF Freestyle or Freestyle Kayak, so we can share it with all the world. These are the top athletes in the world. We've narrowed it down from the top 10 OC1ers to the top 5, and today we have just crowned our new world champion. Hailing from Canada, we've got Andrew Hill coming in with a gold medal.
Well, I'm pretty excited. We're going to have Andrew Hill. We're going to do our very first award ceremony, and all of them right here on Moby Dick. Get fired up, Canada. We got a big day ahead of us. Look at that magnificent wave right there. The Garburator already crowning a champion. I've got some champagne, and I know it's before noon, but do you guys mind if he drinks a little champagne this morning? Yeah, let's get a victory celebration going. Well, we'll get him up here, get a quick word. I got the champagne.
Where's the rest of the boys? They should be out here too.
Well, come on over here. There he is. Look, I'm going to touch him. I'm going to touch him. That's what a gold medalist looks like, everybody. Congratulations, Andrew Hill. Look at your crowd, man. They are loving it. How do you feel?
Very surprised and humbled that everyone's here to watch me.
What a dynamic ride you had. What does it mean? I mean, you look at who was out there. Jordan Poffenberger, the former champion, Dane, Brad McMillan. Stiff competition.
Absolutely. It's because they were there that made me train hard and do what I did.
You're flying the maple leaf. Can we see some Canadian flags out there? Look, I'm gonna shake it up. And you pop the top and start chugging. Let's hear it for Andrew Hill, everybody. Yeah. You. Give me that thing. I get to do that. There you go. Ah! There's your champion, Andrew Hill, in the OC1. Let's have him have his moment right now. You guys, this is incredible. Your champion high five, my friend. Nice work. Enjoy. Polish it off. Why not? Good work, my friend. Back to you guys.
Well done there, Andrew Hill, bringing in the gold for Canada. Our next heat will be our junior women's finals in this heat. We've got Miria from Spain. We've got Kira Crotto from Spain. We've got Darby McAdams from the United States. Sophie McPeak from the United Kingdom. And your current leader, Sage Donnelly from the United States. We're going to have a little bit of break in the action. Our next heat coming up at 10 a.m. here at the World Championships is the K1 Women's Junior Finals. Again, we will be kicking off the best junior women paddlers at 10 a.m.
Just coming up here in a few minutes for the online viewers and for those of you watching the screens on stage, we're going to have some highlights from our beautiful opening ceremonies in Beachburg. We had a great parade, and then the athletes coming in and marching in, and then some traditional Canadian presentations.
We're here in Beachburg, Ontario, hanging out at the opening ceremonies, World Championships 2015. It's our hometown, it's our home river. Super excited, things are kicking off.
The journey was not that easy to get here, but finally after struggling a lot with the help with the people from here, they helped a lot. Now I'm very happy and excited I'm here. I've never expected this. People are very friendly, very funny. Everything is so fun. I look, everyone is so happy. I'm so happy as well to be here.
It's been an awesome week so far. Here comes the junior men's highlights up on your screen. Lots of action still to come. Check out what these junior men were showing us earlier in the week. Welcome back here to the Carburetor Wave. We will be getting going at 10 a.m. with our junior women's action, heating it up here on the Carburetor Wave. Got a big crowd here on shore and tuning in online. We'll see you guys here back 10 a.m.
Welcome back to the 2015 World Championship. Looking at the replay, what an awkward moment that is. Me spraying another man down with champagne, but I couldn't be prouder due to the fact that your champion in OC1, Andrew Hill, phenomenal ride. Here's what your next heat's going to be. Junior women in K1. We're going to get to your finals. It reads as the who's who in juniors. Maria Sara Sergada, she's out of Spain. Another Spaniard, Kira Serrato Tejero. From the United States of America, it's going to be Darby McAdams. Oh, yeah, I figured as much. The UK contingency is strong, and I hear a big chair for Sophia McPeak. And coming in, your top qualifier from the United States of America. This young lady has just been slaying it on the circuit. It's going to be Sage Donnelly. And Ken Hovey, joined by Matt Hamilton, a Canadian himself. He competed in squirt. Matt, how exciting is this? How awesome, crowning that champion, Andrew Hill from Canada. No Canadians in this, but nonetheless, we've got the entire world watching online as we are ready for Maria Sara Segura.
Maria dropping out, catching an edge as she rolls up onto the carburetor wave. She's still there. Cheer her on. That's right. She's got 3 more rides to make it happen.
Tell us about the format, Matt.
Well, Ken, what we've got here is these ladies are going to get 3 rides on the carburetor, and their best ride counts. And we're going to crown the world champion from that best ride.
I've got a bag full of hulls, a whole bunch of water, and a lot of excitement. Going to hold on tight throughout the day and try to save my voice, but it's going to be tough because I am so pumped, as is our crowd. Segura coming up with double donuts. She'll be back. Her fellow countrywoman's up next. It's Kira Serrato Tejero. And we are ready for, let's give her a warm welcome on this fantastic morning, Matt.
As Kira peels out of the eddy there, you'll see her accelerate down the green water onto that giant carburetor wave. Dwarfs these women out here. She's serving around, going for a nice spin, getting it set up, catching an edge, and unfortunately bubbling off down the wave.
Oh, unfortunate for Kira. The United States is on deck. Darby McAdams. Ha, ha, ha. I hear the horns, and I can't blame you. We are so excited. It has been a full week of competition here, concluding today with our finals. Spain's Kira Serrato Tejero also scoreless after her first ride. That takes us coming up to McAdams. How many of McAdams' friends and family are here in attendance right now? Let her hear it. All of these young ladies are excited, and I do believe that we are ready for McAdams.
Darby grabbing that green water, catching the reactionary and up onto the top of the carburetor right away and throwing a nice lefty blunt, showing why she wants to be at the top of the podium with a nice backstab.
Wow, very strong. She's putting points on the board, Matt.
Excellent. Throwing that left blunt again. See if the judges give her left blunt and left roundhouse as she bubbles up to the top of the pile, working hard to stay on, coming down backwards, throwing a huge back blunt to the left. McAdams spinning it around, trying to get some more points on the board. See a big splash as she catches the green water there with her nose, surfing back up. She wants one more big move here. She goes for the back blunt in the other direction. Throwing a righty roundhouse there. Spinning around, trying to get a clean bonus on that spin. She's having a great ride out here on the carburetor. An amazing ride there, Ken.
Come on, come on, come on. Get fired up for McAdams. That was really solid performance right there. We're going to take a look at the slow motion replay, Matt. McAdams really strong out there. She used the entire 45 seconds.
Absolutely, Ken. You can see right there, throwing a nice left blunt. Sets up back to the top of the foam pile. Coming down, she wants a back move there and throwing a huge back blunt.
Wonderful job by McAdams. Here we are, 10 o'clock in the morning Eastern time, tuned in online. You're at the Ottawa River virtually. If you're here in person, you're loving it. The crowd is filled in. By the way, crowd, you look fantastic this morning. A lot of beautiful people out there waving the flags of their country. And I don't believe that there's anyone quite as proud right now as McAdams as she comes in with 203 points. Nice work. Well, when I say flags are flying, there's another country here that they've got a lot of pride. It's the United Kingdom. And that takes us now. We're ready for bib 123, Sophia McPeak.
Sophia definitely shining, coming in here seated in second place for this final. She grabs the surf on there, catches a little bit of an edge. Not a problem for her, so she surfs herself back around, trying for a lefty roundhouse, bouncing down the wave backwards, trying to get something started there for her. She spins around to the right. Those spins do score you some beautiful points on the scoreboard. Our ICF judges tabulating as she throws a lefty blunt, bubbling up at the top of the foam pile. She's still there, and unfortunately flushing downstream.
You see the Union Jack proudly displayed on the bottom of her Jackson Kayak Rockstar. I want to give a very special thank you to some wonderful kids from World Class Kayak Academy. They are here. They have 24 young people that are traveling with them, and they're all here volunteering. Thanks, World Class. As we look at the replay from McPeak, we'll get the score here in just a moment. Our judges are ready. We'll wait for television, and also we'll bring up our score. McPeak flushing before the end of her ride, but she threw some big tricks. She's coming in with a score of 7. She's going to have to do better. One lady that gets bigger and better each and every year. She's an American powerhouse. She goes by the name Sage Donnelly. And we are ready for Donnelly. Her family in attendance, Sage traveling extensively. She has got it to be a mission to be on the slalom team for the U.S. She actually was victorious in one of those competitions. However, she was too young to qualify for the team. Well, she's growing up quickly, and right now she is the top contender to be the junior world champ.
That's right, Ken. She landed here as the top-seeded paddler coming into this final. She's had some crushing rides so far. Right away into a nice righty blunt. Coming down, she answers back with a nice lefty. Setting up, going for that back blunt. Ken and I calling it up here. The judges tabulating the scores, going for the back blunt in the other direction. Sage, definitely a strong paddler, showing us here on the carburetor what she has. I saw her at the Pan Am Games paddling slalom a few weeks ago as she throws a helix. Oh my God, Ken, that was amazing. Throwing the helix in the other direction, rolling up in the wave, showing why she wants to be the world champion. Oh, a back Pan Am from Sage. She is on fire out there. Big cheers. What do you think of that one, Ken?
Oh, man. She's killing me. Did you just see Sage Donnelly throw those helixes? I'll tell you what. She's got a lot of the men shaking in their boots because she's only getting better every year. Take us back through the replay, Matt. Great ride. Outstanding. Regardless of sex or age, she just threw down.
Ken, you said the men are shaking in the boots. The ladies are shaking in the boots because Sage is soon going to be competing with them as well as she throws a beautiful lefty there in the replay.
She went the full 45. She threw big tricks, frontwards and backwards, massive helixes on both directions. And whenever it takes those judges a little bit of time, you know that they're trying to get that score. This is going to be a big one. Donnelly is stoked. Team Werner, Team Jackson Kayaks, also a Kokatap paddler as well. She lives by the motto of living life big, enjoying every day, embracing it. She's such a happy-go-lucky young lady. However, she is a tenacious competitor. And I do hear that we've got the score coming in. This will be the score to beat. 588 points. She is pumped. That takes us back to the top of the order for Maria Saras Segura from Spain. She's got her work cut out for her, but crowd, I know, if we start cheering loud, let's make her feel welcome and get her fired up as she drops in. We're bringing up the unofficial results thus far after the first ride. In fifth with 0 points on the board, it's going to be Sereno Tejero from Spain. Fellow Spanish paddler Maria Sarah Segura also in fourth with no points on the board. Sophia McPeak's got 6.67. Darby McAdams from the United States currently in second with 203 points. And fellow American nearly tripling that score at the top of the board at the moment. It's Sage Donnelly. 2 Americans on top, a Brit in the bronze medal position. And it sounds like we are just about ready, and we are. We've been given the go-ahead to drop in for her second run here in finals of junior women, Maria Sarah Segura.
And there she goes. You can see her dropping down onto the carburetor, using that reaction area to slide her over onto the wave. Spinning it around right away, scoring that spin to the right. Sets back up onto that left shoulder, trying to bounce it around, get things moving a little bit. She's got a few points on the board as she slides backwards down the middle of the foam pile. Definitely getting bounced around by that big carburetor wave. There she goes, spins it around. Tries to set up nice and high. She's got time for a few more moves for us here as she comes down the wave, bouncing it around, trying to get a lefty blunder roundhouse started there for her.
Let's hear it for everybody. She almost got flushed, but she dug from within, pulled a few paddle strokes, and got right back in it. She's in that tricky part once again, Matt.
Going a nice ready roundhouse for us there. Getting some points on the board here in this ride. She's going for it in the other direction. Back into the middle of the foam pile, bouncing around. Looks up, I think she sees the clock. Catching an edge, and that's it.
Well, it looks like she was able to regroup from that first ride with no points on the board. She will certainly score with that ride. Let's take a look back at the slow motion replay. Her first ride was a flush. This one, though, Matt, very strong from the Spanish paddler.
Absolutely, Ken. Getting some spins on the board, a couple of roundhouses, maybe a blunt.
She's coming in with a score of 20. That'll put her on the boards. Solid work. Her teammates up next. Corrado Tejero. And it looks like we're ready for her second of her second of 3 rides.
Kira pulling out of the eddy, hitting that carburetor wave. Let's see what the young lady has for us here today. She sets up on that left shoulder, bounces down, throwing a righty roundhouse up to the top of the foam pile and out the back of the wave.
Little bit of frustration showing on her face. We'll see her again. 3 rides here in the finals. Best ride's gonna count. Look how quickly our grandstands filled in this morning. We got an American coming up next. Before we get to that, quick look at the replay from Spain's Kira Corrado Tejero. Hey, you handsome young men on the other side of the river that make me never want to take my shirt off. Let's see it. You got it. Fly it. They're cheering for Darby over there. You guys are on the Jumbotron. You're looking good. That is a group of the kids from World Class Academy, and I applaud you guys. Thank you for helping us out. awesome young men traveling around the world. You guys are lucky. I wish I was a teacher at World Class because they go everywhere. They travel all around, they get educated, and they paddle. Good to see you guys. Hey, guys over there, you ready to chant for Darby? How about our crowd over here? Let's get fired up and drop her in. It's Darby McAdams from the United States.
Darby having an
It's in second, right behind Donnelly. She knows it's going to take a lot. Oh, right there, grabbing her stern. But no worries. Let's get her fired up. Oh, how cool is that? The camaraderie between all of these young paddlers. This is awesome. This is the day we've all been waiting for, the finals of the Freestyle World Championships, as we look at the video replay from McAdams. These slow motion, high def cameras really allowing you to see the power of the wave and also the technique of each one of these paddlers.
McAdams there in the replay. You can see her throwing a nice left blunt, coming around, maybe trying a righty blunt there. Love the slow motion. You can see the waves splash there and the power of it.
As we await the scores in just a moment. Sage Donnelly with the score to beat. 588 points. McAdams will keep her first run, her second run, just 55 points. Her first run was 203, and remember, it's going to be the best ride to determine who's going to be your champ. Coming up next from the United Kingdom, Sophie McPeak. We have got a lot of Brits here. They take paddling very serious. They're coaches, they're athletes. It is wonderful to have them on this side of the Atlantic. Matt, we're ready for McPeak.
Ken, it has been amazing here. As McPeak pulls out of the eddy, onto the carburetor wave. Right away, she wants that lefty roundhouse. Spinning it around to the right, trying for a righty roundhouse. Spinning it back around, back to the left. Definitely getting some points on the board here. She wants to move herself up onto the podium. Getting a lefty blunt. Getting things working for her. Spinning around, catching a bitumen edge, rolling up in the foam pile. Oh, she's out the back, Ken.
No problem. She'll get another ride. That was a good one from McPeak. The sun is shining, the beats are thumping, the crowd looks good, and the water is a-flowing. Quick look at the video replay from McPeak.
You can see her sliding down onto the wave there. She sets up right away, going for a nice little roundhouse to the left. She spins it around, nice smooth spin, sets back up onto the foam pile. Comes down, trying for that righty roundhouse there.
Great work. To those of you tuned in at home and here, my name is Ken Hovey. I'm being joined by Matt Hamilton. Corey Volt's going to be getting an interview with our winner when we have that award coming up out there on the Moby Dick Rock. I tell you that because we're announcing to the World Wide Web on our broadcast being brought to you by Corner Wave Media, but also we're doing the call here live. So if things don't quite make sense to our live audience, we do have a couple of monitors that are situated around the event site that you could, on Instagram, to use the hashtag ICFFreestyle for all your photos. We want to check them out. And if you are tuned in, shoot some photos at home and show us that you're tuned in and you're watching. Sophie McPeak awaits her scores, chatting it up with her coaches. McPeak bettering her score, a 71.67. So Sophie McPeak from the UK doing much better than that first ride, but the first ride from our next competitor was so top shelf. Would have put her up into the top ranks in the men's division. It's going to be the American Sage Donnelly. So strong work from McPeak. That'll put her higher up. She gets a victory lap in the third round. She knows that she's well ahead, but she's going to try to go bigger. What do you think, crowd? Could she beat 588 points? She wants to hear it from you.
That's right, Ken. She's throwing her arms up in the air there, trying to get the crowd riled up for her. She wants a big ride as she throws her righty blunt right off the bat. And there it is, answering back with a lefty blunt. Coming down with the back blunt. She wanted it in the other direction there as she surfs back up to the top of the foam pile. A lot of paddlers using left shoulder to set up. She goes for that helix again, up to the top of the foam pile. Cheer on, she's still there. There's some of those Sloan strokes coming in.
I'm sorry, that was crazy. I can't believe she made it back in.
Amazing, catching an edge, bombing the top, but she's all right with that because she's well in the lead, Ken.
Yeah, she's got a commanding lead. She'll be back here for another ride. Here's what I wonder. Will she have to work for it, or will it be a victory lap? Because the battle right now is for second place as we move into our third ride. This ride from Donnelly, I don't believe is going to quite score as high as her first ride, but nonetheless, Matt, she got a couple big tricks in.
Absolutely, Ken. You can see her there on the replay throwing a nice right blunt. She sets up back over to that left shoulder right away for the big left blunt.
I see my crew of cameramen over there. Here's your score. Donnelly will keep that first ride. Her second run, 156 points. 588 is the highest score posted so far by Donnelly. Here's your top five. In fifth, with 6 points from Spain, Kira Corrado Tejedo. Also from Spain in fourth place with 20 points, it's Maria Sarah Segura. In third place in the bronze medal position currently from the United Kingdom, it's Sophie McPeak. In second place, the American Darby McAdams, and no surprise, staying at the top with the potential to be the Junior World Freestyle Champion for women, Sage Donnelly, 588 points. That takes us now, Matt, back up to the top of the order. For Maria Sarah Segura from Spain.
And we have the go ahead for her as she heads out onto the wave. Catching the wave there as she's surfing down the front of the foam pile right away into a nice spin. Sets back up to the top of the foam pile. Moving around down there in the bottom of the foam pile. Oh, when you're stuck down in the bottom of the foam pile, it's kind of like riding a bull, getting bounced all over the place as she sets down, coming down the wave, looking for that righty roundhouse. Back to the top of the foam pile, working hard to get back in.
Not so happy with that one, you can see, but it's okay. In my mind, all of these young ladies are champions, although we will have the official champ. This is a long road to get to this point, not only to make it to finals, but just to qualify to be here at the World Championships.
You can see her here on the replay, spinning it around. Definitely having a tough time getting things started here on the carburetor wave. She's got one more ride to show us what she's got.
That will be her last ride. I know, Matt, there's so many rides, right? We're going to call something like 250 rides today, but no worries. She'll keep her second run, her third run coming in at just 15 points. Let's give her a round of applause, everybody. She did a great job getting here to the World Championship and just qualifying for it and then making it to finals. She is the future of our sport, as is this young lady out of Spain, Kira Cerrero Tejedo. She has a 7. She's going to have to do better if she wants to crack into the top 3.
She's hungry for a podium spot as she catches the wave. Spins around right of the way, up at the top of the wave there. A little dangerous at the top, but now she's coming back. She's still there for us. She's going to try and spin it around the other way. Setting up onto the foam pile, coming down. She wants to get a bounce off that fast dynamic water coming in there. She spins to the right. Up to the top of the wave. And that is all for her third and final ride here in the finals.
We will see if it's enough to put her up into the top 3. Things are just going to get bigger all day long. I'm telling you, we got the junior men coming up. But right now, as we take a look back at her ride, what do you think, Matt? Is this going to put her up into the top 3? Was it enough?
Ken, I'm not sure it will be, but she's been having some amazing times out here at the World Championships. We'll have the scores up here momentarily.
It will not be enough. Her third ride is the highest scoring of the 3 from Spain, 16.67. So right now the battle is for the top 3. This is the third of 3 rides. Up next from the United States, it's Darby McAdams. And you guys on the other side, you're on the Jumbotron. The world is checking you out. Charge up your teammate. I love it. These guys are awesome. That's what it's about, camaraderie and teamwork and just being a good team player. And they are stoked for their teammate, Darby McAdams. Right now, McAdams with 203 points. She has to beat 588 with any hopes of getting that gold medal. Yeah, I should probably point out, I wasn't just pointing out a bunch of shirtless dudes. They actually have her name written across it with exclamation points, Darby. That is cool. I love it. You know what? In such a selfish world with young adults sometimes, I love that in the kayaking community that we have such cool kids, and these are the coolest of the bunch, and this is one of them. It's the American Darby McAdams.
Darby definitely having a great first 2 rides as he comes down here, hitting the carburetor wave, right away going for a left roundhouse. Sets up onto that left shoulder, coming down. There's that left blunt. She's getting those ends up. She wants this. She wants to be on the top of the podium right beside her friend Sage. As she comes down backwards, trying to get a back blunt set up. Working her way back up to the top of the foam pile. She side surfs down. Spinning it around way up onto the shoulder. And she's going to go with one of her other rides, I think, Ken.
Yeah, it's pretty likely. Don't know that that'll beat her 203 points. Here's your schedule. Right now we have our junior women's. We'll take a quick look back at McAdams.
As she slides down the wave here in the replay, trying to get a little left roundhouse going. We'll see if it was high enough. The judges are making those decisions for us.
Junior women right now, junior men's coming up, C1, then women's K1 and men's K1. And indeed, McAdams will keep her first run of 203 points because her third run, just 78 points. But still, she's going to be on the podium. Let's hear it for her. Right now, from Great Britain, it's going to be Sophia McPeak. She takes a few deep breaths, getting ready, feeling the vibe. There's definitely some pressure on this ride because if she does not beat 588 points, it'll be a victory lap for Sage Donnelly. So let's see what McPeak can do. Come on, United Kingdom. Get her fired up. Let her know that you're excited to watch her go. If she can beat 203 points, that'll move her into the silver medal position. Right now, though,
that's right, Ken. These ladies have been having some amazing ride as Sophie throws a nice left roundhouse, bouncing back up onto the foam pile. Coming down, trying to get something started here. She comes down backwards, throwing a back roundhouse. Going for a lefty again. Sets back up to the foam pile. Nice righty blunt. Ken, one interesting point I've got for us here. Our junior women's world champion from the last World Championships was in the women's finals. Semifinals.
well, I can't imagine that ride is going to beat 588 points. We're going to take a look at the replay before we make the official announcement. Matt, McPeak really had to throw caution to the wind if she wanted to make her way up to the top spot.
You can see her in the replay here throwing a left roundhouse. Setting up a nice little bounce there. Showing some great control on the wave.
Here comes your score. It's going to be 31 from McPeak. So, ladies and gentlemen, I am so fired up that I get to have the honor of this. I have known this young lady for several years. I am a big fan of hers. She has a bright future. And for the first time ever, I get to introduce her as Sage Donnelly, the Women's Junior K1 Freestyle Champion of the World. Drop it in for a victory lap. Awesome work, Sage Donnelly, the American.
That's right, Ken. She's had some amazing rides that are making the senior men and women worry about the future.
Come on, crowd. There's your champ.
She throws a nice right blunt. Oh, a blunt McNasty. Oh, my gosh. Throwing some of the biggest moves we're going to see today in the men's and women's class.
You know what's funny? She's the champ, but it wouldn't surprise me if she wants to beat 588. It doesn't matter. America, the world, get fired up for Sage Donnelly. Congratulations, Sage, your mom, your dad, your family, your teammates at Jackson Kayak. So proud of you. It is awesome. You are the Women's K1 Junior World Champion. You know what, Matt? We'll take a look at the video replay. I don't believe it'll beat that 588, but it doesn't matter. She was grinning ear to ear because she knew she had the title.
Yeah, Ken. Pretty amazing ride there. We're seeing some big combo moves there. Maybe scoring a link bonus as she threw a blunt McNasty on her ride.
The other side, it's got to feel good. Big smile from this young woman. Here's your unofficial top 5. Check out the camaraderie between the athletes. No envy, no jealousy. I'm sure that every one of them wishes they could be up at the top, but there can only be one champion, and that'll be Donnelly. Let's hear it for all of our ladies, everyone. In 5th place from Spain, Kira Corrado Tejedo. In 4th, Maria Sarah Segura. Getting the bronze medal here at the World Championships, it's going to be the UK, Sophia McPeak. In 2nd place, silver medal, Darby McAdams, and your champ, the gold medalist, it's Sage Donnelly. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. That is, I love it. Well, coming up next, we've got our junior men. It's Sage. Sage, if you could hear me, can you hear me? Make your way out there, if you wouldn't mind, after you drain your boat, to Corey Volt. I know we can't shower you with champagne, but we can do it with applause and accolades. So come on out to the big rock to Corey Volt. We'll get a few words from our champ. While we wait to get a word from our champ, Matt, I'm going to turn it over to you. We'll take a video replay in slow motion a bit. Slow it down, Turbo, and check it out. Actually, we're going to go high speed with this one. There were some highlights.
Can you hear? Check, 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 check. Check, check. Mic check.
All right,
Mic
we've
check.
got Corey out there
Check, check.
with our world champion junior woman, Sage Donnelly.
And hey, real quick, how about we get the top 3 out there? What do you guys think? Let's do it. Let's get McPeak out there. Let's get McAdams out there. Let's get our top 3 up on the rock with you, Corey. We'll get an interview with the champion, Corey. She's not quite old enough for the champagne, but we can give her some applause.
And we got a bottle of water. I'm standing here with Sage Donnelly from the United States. What a journey it's been. You made the team the U.S. team in Glenwood Springs. Then you made it here to Ottawa. You've trained all summer long, and you fought tooth and nail through this competition to be ranked number 1 in the world. Sage, it is my honor to introduce your current world junior champion, Sage Donnelly. How does it feel?
It feels incredible. I've been training really hard, and this is a moment I've been dreaming of since before I can remember, and I'm just incredibly amazed that I'm finally here, and it's a very cool feeling.
Well, we couldn't be prouder of you, Sage. You've worked very hard to get to the title of world champion. We don't have champagne, but we can shower you with a big bottle of water, so let's hear it for your world freestyle junior women's champion, Sage Donnelly. Joined up here by the bronze medalist, Sophie McPeak from the UK, and bronze and silver medalist, Darby McAdams from Missoula, Montana, and your reigning world champion, Sage Donnelly. Good job, girls. Back to you, Ken.
Thank you so much, Corey. We've got a break in the action right now, coming up in about an hour. Start time on the schedule of 11:30 for our junior men's in K1 in that heat. We've got 3 Brits out there. Hugo Scott, Charlie Brackpool, and Hugo Anthony. We've also got France represented, Fabian Lanau, but your top qualifier, he's an American. His name's Alec Voorhees. So while we have this break, I want to thank you guys for turning up in full force here on the Ottawa River. A magnificent day for your finals. So many wonderful things going down here. It's been a full week of competition, starting off back on the weekend with our ceremonies that took place in Beachburg. That was a great event. We then went to our squirt boat division. Congratulations to Claire O'Hara, your women's world squirt boating champion, and also to Stephen Wright taking the title. We then moved on through hundreds of preliminary round rides in every discipline, and now we've brought it down to this, your Saturday final day on the Ottawa River at the magnificent Garburator Wave for the finals. We had our championship round already for OC1. Andrew Hill, the Canadian, getting the gold medal, and now an American gets the first gold medal here at the games. It's Sage Donnelly. She is your junior women's world freestyle kayak champion. Want to thank Wilderness Tours, also Ottawa Kayak School, our countless volunteers that are out here, our sponsors. We'll have more on them in just a moment. I'm going to rest the vocal cords for a little bit. We'll bring up the music. You've got a break. Up next, K1 Men's Junior Finals at 11:30 Eastern Time. Stay with us as the action continues here at the 2015 ICF Freestyle Kayak World Championships. We'll be back. production, folks. It's called Quarter Wave Media, live production. I want to thank Fisher, Laser, Lundy, Hinson, Sadowski, Grunder, Campbell, and of course Tim Luger, along with Steve Fisher. Fisher, one of the more iconic whitewater paddlers in the world, he's now behind the camera, actually inventing a lot of these tricks. So not only do you have the best paddlers in the world out there on the water, the greatest audience, you also have the best production team in the business. Each and every day we've been waking up at Wilderness Tours, getting ready to come on out here. There's shuttle drivers bringing us, preparing us meals each and every day. And of course, the losers party last night at Raptors. As you can understand, every day of competition, paddlers are eliminated. Well, yesterday, we knew who was going to finals, and essentially, about 250 athletes knew they were not going to advance on, so they all turned up last night with their entourage, so to speak. The DJ spun the tunes, and we got down. I called it a night early. I knew I had to be out here, and I've been talking. I've done the calculation. I believe I have talked for 37 hours straight this week, and that's just on the water. I'm going to try to save my voice. So we'll bring up the tunes. Thank you for joining us. Your action as we continue here at the World Championships. We'll be back with a few more PAs before we get to our junior men's finals at 11:30. We'll see you in a moment.
tuning in. Thank you for coming here to the banks of the mighty Ottawa River. Just to give you a heads up out there, what is happening today, we have had the OC1 finals and the Junior Women's K1 finals. Today, as you can see on your screen, for those who are out there on the interwebs, at 11:30, we have the Junior Men's K1 finals coming up. C1 finals will be heading up this way at 12:30. After that, the Women's K1 finals at 2 p.m. And then things will round out today with the Men's K1 finals at 3 p.m. Just a heads up, we have the Canadian Redneck Hooligan Race which will be happening in between the men's and the women's K1 finals, open to the public and athletes. Dress up a float with raft, barrels, floaties, bubble wrap, etc. They'll be tying their kayaks together and decking it out with flags and light. $5 entry, and you can grab a bag of cash over the rapids. The winner takes all. It's going to be happening today between the finals. Show your team spirit, make a memory, and hey, make some money as well. And heads up to those that are here on the sides of the river. We do have shuttles, a boat shuttle that will be going backwards and forwards from the top here behind the media stand. You can jump on that boat shuttle, it's free. We'll just head across to the other side of the river and then we'll start filling up those stands over there. So you can see action on both sides. Lots of people have been coming out from all over the world and we appreciate the support. Remember that you can hashtag ICF Freestyle or Instagram and Facebook so you can let everyone know what's going on, where you are, where you're watching it. I was tuning in early this morning and I saw a couple of people over from Ireland tuning in with their laptop in front of them. Look like they're having a nice cold one as they're enjoying the action. So please hashtag ICF Freestyle for all your pictures here and around the world. Please, I say this every time, share and like what's going on here today. We all know how much fun it is to be here and participate in the World Championships and to watch it here live. But if you are not here in North America with the banks of the Ottawa, you can check in through that live feed. So please share and like and let everyone know your friends or family and the community out there who likes to see what's happening here, whether it be your canoe club or just your friend who's in another part. Let them know what's happening here so that they can tune in. The more people that watch this action, the more we can share the stoke, share the love of whitewater freestyle kayaking. Thanks for joining us. We're going to be coming back here very soon as the K1 and Junior Men's Finals is coming up.
So that was really tough. The biggest is we played really, really well the first half. They did. Second half, we didn't play well, but they didn't play well either. So it was really just that was a big question. No, they don't have a big
We are just moments away from the we had on day one of competition here.
All right, welcome back. Here we are on the banks of the Ottawa River. We have the competition format for those people out there checking out on the live stream. We have 5 riders that have made it through to the finals. We have 3 runs. They have 3 opportunities to have a pass at Carburetor. 45 seconds is how long that they will be able to be in there, of which their best run will count. So they'll have 3 opportunities to have a pass or a run at the Mighty Garden. They'll have 45 seconds to do as many tricks as possible. More tricks, more difficult trick that you can do is going to lead you to the path to getting on that podium. Only the top 3 will get on that podium, and everyone wants that title of world champion. The keys to victory: you can't just do the same trick twice, because that won't score. So if you do a right blunt, for example, there's no point doing the same right blunt because you've already scored it. You have to move on to something different. So you have to add some variety into your run. You need to be precise. A lot of times the trick needs to be landed so that the nose is pointed directly upstream. We call it the 20 and 20. So if 0 degrees is pointed upstream, a lot of times your nose has to, or the bow or the front of your boat has to be either 20 degrees to the left or 20 degrees to the right. If it's more than that, then it won't count. You also have to be consistent. If you can't get consistent and you can't stay on the wave and you can't throw those moves, then you're not going to be able to score that move. And also, strategy is key. You'll see a lot of these athletes, they've gone through an actual routine. They love their routine. They've been practicing in their mind as well as on the feature. And the idea is to try and go through their routine. A lot of times you'll see their routine will have bigger moves at the end. And we're going to have a look at some of the tricks that you will see here today at the finals of the ICF Canoe Freestyle World Championships. Straight away we can see the blunt trying to get that boat up and over 45 degrees and landing into a back surf. The idea there to get some air as well. If you get air, you get an air bonus as well. Now we have a back blunt. What it is the exact same move, but in reverse, whipping the nose around as fast as you can, trying to get over 45 degrees, the Pan Am. You'll hear me referring to it as an over vertical Pan Am. That's getting the whole boat completely over your head and then whipping it down and stomping that move. Nick Troutman showing us there on the instant replay how to do it. Dane Jackson now showing how to do an air screw. It's trying to get a barrel roll in the air, trying to land hull to hull and landing it and stomping it upstream. Some of these moves, you'll see the air screws. A lot of these athletes are actually doing it in both directions on their first pass. The helix is trying to go upside down, whipping it around, all the way around, and trying to land back upstream. McNasty, this is a very difficult move to land, trying to get that boat to go from a back surf into a front loop. So you're doing 180 degrees and 360 degrees at the same time, landing into a front surf. Some of these moves are more difficult than others. The blunt, for example, a nice, easy move. You'll see a whole lot of them. But the McNasty, you'll probably only see 1 or 2 of them being thrown out there today. Here is our heat list for today. We're going to go straight in here in a few moments to the junior men's. Fabien Liano from France. We have a huge, consistent French team here today, and we're excited that one of them have moved through to the final of the junior men's. Hugo Scott from the UK will be coming up as well from the UK. We have 3 from the UK. Hugo Scott as well as Charlie Brackpool. And number 4, Hugo Anthony from the UK. And rounding out our finals heat for today, all the way from Idaho, Alec Voorhees.
It is awesome to be here. Thank you, Jez. Although we're not going to hear from him the entire competition, he's doing part of our award ceremony, the official award ceremony taking place at Wilderness Tours tonight at 8 o'clock. Thank you, Jez. I'd like to point over to river left. There's Corey Volt. Hey, Corey, how you doing? You can see him. Let's give him a round of applause. Corey has been talking nonstop. He's been hanging out there for the past hour. Corey, what does it look like from your vantage point?
Hobie, it is amazing. I'm staring at 250 people on the bleachers here on the banks of the Ottawa River. It's a good view over here behind the head coaches, the coaches of the teams. These athletes are over here getting fired up in the eddy. Such an honor to be here at the World Championships.
Well,
These
Corey,
boys
you're
are
on
about to crown a world champion.
You were there on the Jumbotron to the World Wide Web. Thank you for joining us, Corey. We're going to have you out there on the rock doing the interviews. What an honor it was, or it must have been. Well, you and I have known Sage Donnelly for years to crown her the champion.
It was great. I was able to get some selfies with her, push it out to the world and on Twitter as well as Facebook. If you're here viewing the event, go ahead and hashtag all your photos ICF Freestyle or Kayak Freestyle, and we can share the excitement of this event with the entire world.
All right, Corey, thank you. You can hit the button. We're going to hear more from you. Thank you again to Corey Volt. Great to have him here and everybody else. It sounds like we are ready, Jez. Let's take it down to Fabien Liano from France.
Time to get loud. This is the finals for the junior men's. They've got 3 runs, of which only their best run will count. Fabien, the first athlete from the junior men's, moves in, trying to go for that Pan Am to the left side, possibly air blunt to the left. Using that surfer's right side to come up for his next pass. Fabien from France goes to the Pan Am to the right side, backing it up there for a back blunt to the left, trying to go there for a back blunt to the left as well. With 22 seconds remaining, Fabien already got some nice tricks trying to get that roundhouse to the left and to a roundhouse to the right, racking up the big points as well as the small scoring points there. 10 seconds remaining, Fabien. Come on, keep throwing. Let's get loud. Let's come on, France. Let's go, team. Get behind him as he's going for the McNasty. Fabien from France.
Fantastic ride to start off our finals here in the junior men. Taking a look at the slow motion instant replay. Garburator definitely serves up some big tricks, and the Frenchman knows how to do it.
Yeah, you can see Fabien trying to get that boat to whip over his head for his first pass, trying to get that Pan Am on the board over possibly 70. Maybe if he's got air, goes over 100 points for that one move. Fabian from France looked like he had a routine. Looked like he was going and checking off the moves from one to the other, and then going into some small moves with some roundhouses as well halfway through the routine.
Well, if this junior men's finals is any indication of the future of freestyle, the United Kingdom is top dog. They've got 3 competitors here in the junior men's finals. We're going to see our first up next. It's going to be Hugo Scott from the UK. Waiting for our score from Fabian Lanau before we send in Scott. Lanau heads on over to the Wilderness Tours rafts. He seems like he's pretty fired up. He's going to record a score of 367 points. We know he can do better.
Great to be able to see the scores coming through straight away onto the screens all over the world. We are just about good to go, which means we are dropping in with Hugo Scott. Come on, UK, get loud. Hugo now comes in for an over vertical move, trying to get that Pan Am to the left, whipped it around and just didn't get those powerful strokes in that he was looking for, and unfortunately gets flush on his first run of 3.
We're going to take a look at the replay to really kind of look at what went wrong on this ride. This is a 45-second ride. There's 3 of them. They're going to judge the best one. This is a tricky way of getting into it, but once you're in, you have to immediately on that first pass throw, and it looks like Lanau not able to execute the first move.
Yeah, Hugo there trying to go for that Pan Am and just goes straight to the top of the foam pile, unfortunately not getting retained in the middle like he was asking and trying to get that points on the board.
No points from Scott. That'll bring us to the fellow Brit. It's going to be Charlie Brackpool.
Okay, Charlie Brackpool. This kid's got a massive smile on his face. He's ready to roll. He's fired up. The stadium's fired up. Everyone's ready to see him throw down. Okay, Charlie comes into the middle, going straight away into a left blunt with air. Mixing it up there, looking for the right move, just trying to push that boat down to get rejected. Oh, Charlie just gets unfortunately flushed, but he's still got 2 runs to come.
Not what he wants. As it stands with 3 riders, it'll be Lanau so far in the lead from France with 367. Don't know that we'll have any points scored from Brackpool. We'll await the judge's decision as he flushes down to that river left eddy here on the Ottawa. He does score a few points, Charlie Brackpool, with 83 points. It's going to take more, Jez. Up next, from the United Kingdom, fellow countryman, Hugo Anthony.
All right, Hugo Anthony from the UK. Hugo now looking over his right shoulder, dropping in, using that radial to his advantage as he comes in, looking for that left blunt, trying to get some air as well, going to the right as well as the left for those blunts possible with that Pan Am for that last one. Oh, goes completely up and over his head, trying to wheel that boat over his head for a Pan Am. This guy can go big when he needs to, and he does, trying to get that air screw. With 16 seconds, he's mixing it up, trying to get some back moves for a back blunt to the right side. And looking for the helix. Flipping that boat around on top of his head into a Pan Am to the right with 3 seconds. Hugo Anthony.
Anthony looked very good on that ride. He looked outstanding leading up to the finals each and every heat. He has put down a commanding performance, but everything leading up to this point doesn't mean much. We're in the championship round here at the Freestyle World Championships as we take a look at the slow motion replay from Anthony. Massive air blunt, spinning it back around in the foam pile. Almost gets caught on his stern, is able to regroup, throws the same trick in the other direction as Jez mentioned. They're only scored once on each trick. I noticed as I was looking across the Eddy line there at our next competitor, Alec Voorhees. He paid a little bit of attention to Anthony's ride, but he's focused. He's ready for his first ride in just a moment.
Yeah, great slow motion replay that we could see there on the live stream, and those who were looking at the screens around this Coliseum, stadium-like environment that we have here.
Whoa, if we could hold off that raft for one more rider. I don't know that it's going to happen. I know that's a heavy raft. Good to see you guys at River Run. All right, we're going to bring him down. Go ahead down, you guys. Go ahead down. We're going to bring it down. Alec Voorhees, thank you for your understanding. You're a good man, my friend. That's one thing about Voorhees. He's like, don't worry about it. The reason we've been holding the rafts back is that this is an ICF international sanctioned event, and there's certain criteria that goes into this. So we want to make sure that the riders don't have any reason to have any type of protest, but I can assure you, Voorhees is used to having rafts come by. When you work on the pay at River, they're frequently out there. So hello to rafters. Here comes a big splashy splash in your face. Boom. And just like that, up next it will be Voorhees. All right. Hugo Anthony massacring that wave on that last ride. We'll see what they give him.
Yeah, out from the UK. 3 athletes from the UK representing their country here in the junior men's. That's unheard of.
We have a new leader. 782 points for Hugo Anthony. I know a guy that could go over 1,000. He goes by the name of Alec Voorhees. He's from the heartland of America, at least of the mountain communities. He comes from Idaho. Ladies and gentlemen, from the United States of America, Mr. Alec Voorhees.
All right, Alec Voorhees from Idaho, US of A athlete, drops in for his first run at the finals, looking for a air screw to the left side, comes to the top, goes for the second bounce. Yes, trying to sell it to the judges because he wasn't happy with the first run as he goes to the right now, looking for a Pan Am and trying to get the Pan Am to the left, backs it up. Oh, tail gets caught. Oh, look at the control. Oh, that's all right. He's got 2 months to come. Alec Voorhees.
Yeah, he's not going to be happy with that. The interesting thing about Alec is you meet him, and he's a gentle giant. He's a big kid, tall. Even a couple years ago when he traveled with me a little bit, I was just blown away. You go somewhere with him, and it's like traveling with one of your adult buddies. And he's a ripping paddler, phenomenal creek boater, and I know that he can go better. He was the top qualifier coming into this round. Your score for Voorhees as he just decides to chill out down there. This will put him in 3rd place with 353 points. But Jez, as mentioned, we have 2 rides left for each one of our paddlers. We're going to take it back to the top of the order with Fabien Lanel from France. Right now, though, a quick look at your leaderboard and your current standings after the first ride. It will be Hugo Scott in 5th. No points on the board. Charlie Brackpool, he's in 4th with 83 points. Voorhees in that 3rd spot with 353. Fabien Lanel, he's in 2nd with 366. And your leader from the United Kingdom, Hugo Anthony. Now let's take a look back on the slow motion replay and some high speed stuff as well from that first round of rides here in the junior men's K1 finals at the World Championships.
Yeah, you can see Fabien on the live stream here going into some front moves and back moves, trying to get that back to go all the way around. If they can get that boat to go over vertical, then they'll be getting a lot more points on the board. Remembering, if you're trying to get air, if you get air in that boat and get it up and out of the water, then you'll get a stack of points. Fabien, you can see, he just got caught in that bubble line, but showed how controlled he was to be able to get back surfed into the feature. And as we move on to Hugo Scott here, just gets a little bit flushed here on his first run. Charlie Brackpool goes around there. Great. Looked like he was going for that Pan Am from the UK on his first move and just gets a little bit plowed there. An unfortunate flush.
Back to the action in the top of the heat. For the second ride here, it's going to be Francis Fabian Lanau. Right now, he's sitting in second place with 367 points.
17 years of age, been paddling for 6 years, drops in the other direction. Very unusual, but it's going to pay off with a nice back possible Pan Am into trying to go to the right for right Pan Am. Backs it up and surfing it around, trying to get that boat to the top of the foam pile to get some big scoring points. You can see him trying to get some speed, wheeling it around there to the left side and going around for a back blunt to the left. Fabian from France, his second run, goes clean for a nice big clean move. Fabian from France.
Lanau wondering, will he better that first run of 367? Can he break into the 782 point range where Anthony now presides? Looking at the instant replay here on our live feed, I have a feeling we're going to see a score coming up, not necessarily from this ride, but from one of our final junior men's competitors that's going to break that 1,000-point range. Could see it up 12, even 1,300 points. We'll see in a moment. It's not going to be the score, I believe, for Lanau. His second run, though, better than his first. He ups his game from 366. His second run, 390 points. That still keeps him, however, in the second place position. We need the safety kayaker. We appreciate our safety kayaker, by the way, just to move downstream about 30 yards. Thank you, sir. I want to thank our safety kayakers, our volunteers, and everyone. Thank you so much. If we could just get you downstream on that river left eddy, right below the flags that are flying proudly of all the countries represented here at the World Championships. Up next, it's going to be Hugo Scott from the United Kingdom. His first ride, not putting anything on the board. I'm sure he can do better.
All right, Hugo Scott, 18 years of age, has only been paddling from 3 years, part of the British Canoe Union. Hugo now drops into the top, using that surfer's right side to set up. Over vertical there, looking for that Pan Am to a back Pan Am to the right side. Sets up now for his next pass. Oh, wow. He threw that and really threw his whole body into that air screw to the left. As he's using that radial to try and set up. This is going to be a good scoring run for Hugo as he goes into a helix. Hugo Scott, only 18 years of age. As you can see, about 7 seconds remaining for his second run. Hugo now powering back up, getting back up there. And that's time there for Hugo Scott.
Well, that was a great ride and good news for Scott because his first ride with no points, that would have been frustrating. However, that next ride, second ride of the 3-ride format, he threw down, Jez.
He did indeed. I can't believe he's just wiped that first run off and gone spectacular for his second run. He's going to be stoked, I'm sure, with this pass. Beautiful Pan Am to the left. Hugo coming down and using that next pass and trying to get a back blunt or back Pan Am to the right side.
Hey, crowd, you look fantastic out there. Let's hear it from you. We can see you on the Jumbotron. We're so glad to have you. You know, it's awesome to see the locals that have turned up here from Beachburg and the surrounding areas here in the Ottawa River Valley. Raise your hand and cheer if you're here visiting right now and you've never been here. Quite a few of them out there. That's great to see. We'll find out what our score is for Scott in a moment. The British paddler moves into second place with 593 points. That pushes Voorhees down and Lanau into third. Still, your current leader, Hugo Anthony, with 782. Coming up next, from the United Kingdom, it's going to be Charlie Brackpool. Brackpool's first ride, 83 points. He knows that to even get in to the third place position, he has to have at least 390 points.
All right, Charlie Brackpool, hailing out of West Sussex, 18 years of age, been paddling for 4 years. Here comes Charlie, coming into a left blunt as he sets up, trying to get that boat. I was really pushing to try and get a Pan Am, didn't quite get that Pan Am, but he sets up for his next pass. Trying to push that boat down into the water to get that explosive moves. This time to the right for a right blunt. Charlie now going, trying to get that boat over vertical. Come on, UK, let's cheer him on. This is his second run. You need to get behind this athlete as he goes, for a huge back Pan Am. That was just spectacular. I want to see that back Pan Am sometime in slow-mo. That was massive.
Yeah,
as he goes for his last run into a helix.
He
Charlie Brackpool.
He looked for the helix there at the end. Check out the UK in attendance here as we review Charlie Brackpool's first ride in 83. I can only imagine that he has bettered that score. Take us through it, Jez.
Yeah, you can see he was going straight in to that big, juicy blunt. He had a little bit of a head nod, just wheeling his boat around, just thinking to himself, yeah, I can do this. I can go out there. I can throw down. Come on. And you can see halfway through, the UK actually started to get behind their athletes. That's what we want to see. We want to see them cheer these athletes on. You guys have spent a lot of time, effort, and money to be here. We appreciate you guys being here. You've got 3 athletes in these finals.
Again, thanks to Corner Wave Media for doing the production here. I've heard from many people that have been tuned in online how spectacular it looks. If you've got a good Wi-Fi signal, you can watch this from anywhere around the world right now, and we're glad that you're tuned in. As Brackpool makes his way over to talk to one of his coaches sitting atop the Wilderness Tours raft. Reminder, only officials and credentialed officials from each team are allowed on those rafts to communicate with their athletes during the competition. We've got your score for Brackpool, 486.67 points.
Yeah, a couple of head nods. Yeah, he's okay. He's happy with that. We can build on that for his third run, that's for sure.
That moves him into third place according to my calculations. But right now, we're going to go back to the UK with Hugo Anthony. He's your current leader after his first ride with 782 points.
Hugo Anthony, 17 years of age, from Middlesex in London. UK athlete drops in. Only been paddling for 3 years. These kids are just tearing it up. Hugo Anthony into the meet he goes. Tries to get over vertical, looking for a Pan Am to the left side. Trying to go for a blunt to the right. Oh, what control that he has in that composite boat. And Sticks are trying to get that nose to stay upstream into that air screw, into a roundhouse or back blunt to the right side. Oh, yes. Trying to sell that Pan Am to the other side as well with 12 seconds still remaining into a helix. And he stays on. 6 seconds remaining. Hugo Anthony having a great run. What an amazing pass. Hugo Anthony.
Yeah. It sounds like his fellow countrymen are happy with that ride, and he should be as well. We'll find out in a moment if he betters that 782 points that he posted from his first ride, Jez.
That's right. You can see Hugo Anthony on the replay using that surfer's right side to his advantage to be able to come to the top. The harder they push down on the wave, the more the boat gets rejected up into the air, which allows them to go big. The bigger that they can go, the easier it is to throw moves when you're in the air, and the more points you're going to get for possibly big or huge bonus points.
Jez, you have paddled this feature in competition. Tell us about it.
I have to say, it is tough. Unless you've spent plenty of time here practicing and training at Garb, it's probably one of the most amazing features you'll ever see. But sometimes it is tough unless you spent a lot of time here and you know this wave well.
A lot of the athletes have been here for several weeks, even several months, preparing for this event. I'm seeing that we have our scores coming in. Anthony will keep his first run of 781 due to the fact that his second run comes up a little short, still high scoring with 491 points. The previous 4 paddlers have been trying hard because they know that this guy qualified first coming into this round. Out of Idaho in the United States of America, it's Alec Voorhees.
18 years of age, 6'3". He's a massive kid, this guy. Alec drops in. Comes in looking for an air screw and lands that nose, facing upstream, selling it to the judges. Going around to the right, trying to get a blunt, trying to get the blunt to the left side as well. He's such a big kid, and he throws that boat around with so much style, so smooth. Going around to a roundhouse to the right, trying to clean it up. There's a clean, looking for that nice clean move to the left, and backing it up for more blunts and roundhouses. As he comes back with 15 seconds remaining, Alec, he's looking for that helix. Yes, does he stay in? Yes, he does. He stays in with 6 seconds. Come on, Alec. Throw something big. 4 seconds. Going for the helix the other direction. Oh, so close. And that could be the difference.
Yeah, that could. I was cheering him on myself off the microphone. We know what it takes to advance on, and definitely to be the champion right now, you've got to better a score of 782. Alec had a really great ride. Definitely going to beat his score in the first round. His first ride was a 353. The young American contender was the top qualifier coming into this round. We'll see what he has. Slow motion, instant replay. Getting a lot of big air, but not necessarily just getting the big tricks. I saw the one helix. We'll see what the judge gives him. And also trying for that second helix on the other side. However, not able to quite bring it around, but we'll see what they say in the official booth.
That could be the difference, just that one helix on the buzzer between getting on top of the podium and maybe not quite. He looks like he's he's fine. We want all these athletes to be doing their countries proud. We're stoked for them to be here.
I don't want to dwell on it too much, but it does look like he might have tweaked something right there. They're going hard. Let's hear it for Alec. They are absolutely going as hard as they can here in this competition. And sometimes it takes its toll on your body. We'll find out more here in a moment. We're done with our second ride here in the finals division. All right, he better. With Fabian Lanau. We're going to bring up your unofficial leaderboard right. Just about 55 points ahead of him. It's going to be the United Kingdom's Charlie Brackpool. In second place, Hugo Scott, also from the UK, and rounding out the top spot. It's a UK ball game out there. Hugo Anthony leading it with 781 points. The top 3 spots, gold, silver, and bronze, all held by the United Kingdom. But we'll see what happens as we move into this third and final ride. And it's all or nothing, Jez. We are giving them 3 rides, but they're going to be judged only on their top score.
This is their final run. This is their final opportunity to get up onto that podium. This is the World Championships for Junior K1s. It's time to get excited as we're going to see their last runs coming down to decide who's going to be crowned World Champion. How's it going to pan out? Are the UK still going to stay up there in the top 3 positions? Who knows? We'll see very soon.
We're going to take a look at the video highlights up until this point from the junior men's K1 division here at the World Championships. These young men are doing battle on the Garburator wave. As of right now, your leader, Hugo Anthony, he's put on a commanding performance, Jez.
He has indeed. This kid has done amazingly well. As you can see, the athletes from the UK, we can see Hugo Scott there going big, trying to get some nice big Pan Ams. And then we've got Charlie Brackpool in his Gigi Prod, now mixing it up. Hugo Anthony, what an all-star at the moment, sitting proud. And Alec Voorhees going for helixes in both directions and just staying on top of the bubble line for that first helix, and then he comes back and tries to throw that other helix to the other direction.
We will hope for the best with the young Idahoan. Crowd, get fired up. It's time. I want to see River Left. You guys over there, you're on camera right now. Get pumped. Wave the flag. Get cheering. This near side, River Right, as we move on. This is the third and final ride at the World Championships for our junior men.
This is for everything. This is for the World Championship. Start to stand up. Start to get loud. Come on. Here we go. This is their last pass. Fabian drops in, going into a left blunt around and mixing it up by using that right paddle blade to stay in there. Going to the right side for a right blunt. Staying retained with a backstroke. Moving through a right blunt and staying back down in the meat. He goes, Fabian, going to the left for a left blunt into trying to get that boat up and over 45 degrees to sell that to the judges with 12 seconds remaining. Going for a McNasty. Fabian stays in the meat. Yes, he does. He's got 6 seconds. Keep going. Keep going.
He was claiming it even before the end of his ride. He feels good about this one, Jez.
Oh, Fabian, give it up, ladies and gentlemen. That's his last run. Fabian from France.
As we take a look at the video replay of Lanao as he drops in, just getting nasty, literally. That McNasty, a very high-scoring maneuver, and that's what it's going to take. And this format, they are going for broke. From zero to hero.
That's right. Pistol flips, McNasty's, trophy move threes. These are all moves that you won't hear very much of today because they are the hardest moves to throw out here. And if you see one being thrown and we call it like a McNasty or a pistol flip, that is guaranteed you to be getting some huge scoring points if they do get counted by our judges.
We'll see what happens here in a moment. Lanao, he is at the top of the order. That was his third and final ride. Will he place the pressure firmly atop the rest of our men? Will they have their work cut out for them? Anthony in the lead. The Brits cover all three of the top spots as he gets a big fist pump and a high five from his coach. Fabian Lanao from France has got to be pleased with his performance right there. The pressure was on him. He had to perform. He was not in a podium position when he dropped in. We'll see where this takes him.
Yeah, he's pretty pumped. He's pretty excited. Look, his coach is just as excited as the athletes are. We're so stoked to see them down here.
A very technical event. Very, very tough criteria to this. They have got to hit these tricks perfectly. And there is your score. It does not move him to the top spot, but it moves him up. 557 points for Fabian Lanao. Now we bring it up. We're going to bring in Hugo Scott from the United Kingdom. We've got 3 Brits coming up, and as of right now, 3 of them holding down the podium positions. Hugo Scott, his highest score so far, 593 points.
Yeah, here comes Hugo Scott now dropping in, 18 years of age. Coming straight into a left Pan Am, coming into a right backstab, or back blunt, I should say. With 35 seconds, he's already got 2 nice scoring moves. Into an air screw, trying to point that boat upstream to sell that to the judges. You need to be able to get that scoring on the board. Into a helix. And he's just, that was a very controlled helix, this kid. Doing a fantastic job. Coming into some back blunts, this time to the left side. Straight back, surfs across to be able to get to the top and get some speed and get those dynamic moves. Oh, that was just stupendous.
So many dynamic moves being thrown here, and it's one thing to go out on this feature and stick 1 or 2 of these when you're out here free riding, but they're trying to lay 6, 7 big moves, all of it within just 45 seconds.
His last back Pan Am was amazingly big. I can't believe how big that one was. It was just, he was in the air for such a long time. I was almost counting the seconds when he was up there.
Thank you again to everybody for joining us here online and in person. We've got a packed grandstand here on River Right, but no worries. We've still got plenty of room over on River Left. Thanks for Wilderness Tours for shuttling people for free across the river. They have it set up. You jump on the raft, which is located directly behind our bleachers here. They'll take you over, walk down a beautiful little trail, pull up a chair, hang out, stay a while, because coming up after this, we've got more from the World Championships. We have our K1 Junior Men's right now. After this, at 12:30, our C1 Finals, and then the big show for the men and the women. Women will go first at 2 o'clock, and then at 3 o'clock, the men's K1 Finals. We take a look for the score from Hugo Scott. And Hugo Scott will keep his second run of 593 because his third run does not better it. His third run, 523 points. Charlie Brackpool's up next out of the United Kingdom. The crowd loves this guy. Charlie Brackpool so far, his best ride, 487 points. Jez?
18 years of age, only 5'10", been paddling for 4 years. Charlie Brackpool drops in as he's looking to try and go big for that first move. Moving it around, looking for possibly roundhouse or blunt to the left side. And yes, looking for that nice blunt to the left, trying to get that boat nice and vertical. Charlie, come on, paddle back up there. We want to see you go big. Come on. Yeah.
There it was.
That's
Big
exactly what he was looking for, Hovey. He was looking for that big pass, and he got it as he's going for that Pan Am to the right side, moving around into a spin with 13 seconds remaining into a backspin, moving it around, still spinning it around, trying to go for possibly a back blunt. And that's what he was looking for, trying to get that right back blunt as he's still got a few seconds on the board. Oh, Charlie Brackpool.
We'll go back to the replay. Brackpool dropping into the mighty Garburator wave. You know, one thing that we have to comment on or think about is the fatigue to these young athletes. I know that they have endless energy. However, they have taken hundreds, if not thousands, of rides preparing for this event, and then over the past several days have had many passes. You and I have been commentating throughout the week on thousands of runs here on the Garburator. And when you get to this level of competition, they're using every bit of energy to impress the judges, to get the most tricks, to find out who the champ is.
Charlie Brackpool, a great kid. He's a good athlete, but just a great role model for a lot of people out there. Such an awesome kid and done a great job here today.
He took his helmet off over there. He's trying to cool down a bit. He was working hard. We'll find out what the judges reward him with. Will he better that score of 487? Brackpool goes up and gets a little high five from his teammate. Brackpool's third ride, 366 points. He'll keep that second ride. They rounded up to 487. His second run was 486.67. Here's your current top five as it stands right now. We've got two paddlers to go. In fifth, it's the American Alec Voorhees. In fourth, Charlie Brackpool. In third, the Flying Frenchman, Fabien Lanau. In second, it's going to be Hugo Scott from the United Kingdom. And your champion at this point is Hugo Anthony. And Anthony is on deck. He'll be up next. His top score so far, 781 points, Ches.
Hugo Anthony currently sitting proud at top, trying to see what he could do to increase on that 782 points. That's a huge score at the moment. See what he can do to improve on that. And it looks like we are just about ready to roll.
He calls himself Hugo 2. He considers himself the better looking one. He's from Middlesex, London, United Kingdom. been paddling just for 3 years, a member of the British Canoeing Association, loves kayak, rugby, and no surprise he likes to eat. And then he just repeats it all. We're ready to drop you in. Crowd, are you ready for Hugo Anthony? I know we are. Thumbs up to Anthony. Come on in, my friend.
All right, he's just sizing things up, looking at the judges. He's ready to go. Come on, let's start getting loud. Let's see what he can do. He's already up there. Let's see if he can improve on what his score's been already as Hugo now comes in to trying to get that Pan Am to the left side and moving it around using that radial to get some speed. Hugo's doing a great job boosting it around to the right for a right blunt. Comes again. Oh! Tried to go for a paddle twirl, I believe. I'm not too sure from where we're sitting, but it looks like he was going for a paddle twirl Pan Am combo.
He's pumped.
Yeah, he should be pumped. Give it up for him. Hugo from the UK.
Let me set the stage for you in the scenario if you're following along. Coming into this round, Alec Voorhees was your leader. As it stands right now, your leader in this heat is Hugo Anthony, so he feels pretty comfortable with that 782 points. However, he knows that Alec Voorhees has the skills to place himself up at the top. So although he was a little bit mellow in that, he was trying to boost big. Voorhees will be up next. As we take a look at his score, only 180 points. He'll keep that first run. And I would really like to get everybody to get fired up. He's a dear friend of mine. I love this kid. This is Alec Voorhees from Idaho. Alec rubbing his shoulder a little bit, might have sustained a minor injury, but you know what? When you're this fierce and tenacious and you're an American, you're tough and you suck it up and you go for it. Let's get him fired up, crowd.
All right, here comes Alec Voorhees, 18 years of age, 6'3", 193 is how much he weighs. As Alec now comes in, drops in for a nice air screw, landing it flat and going into a blunt to the right. Alec now moving around to a left blunt, possibly Pan Am, going into the back blunt to the right. Yes, moving that boat around and trying to go clean. Yes, he goes clean there for a big lefty blunt. 20 seconds remaining. Alec is just fired up. He's ready to roll. Come on, Alec. Let's see you throw. As he gets into that helix. And he stays in. And he's moving into the helix the other direction. Oh, Alec, boys, this could be it. You are doing amazingly well on the buzzer. Going for a back Pan Am. Alec.
Yes!
Voorhees.
Yes! Awesome job, Alec Voorhees! He has to beat 782 to win. We'll see if it's enough. I don't even care, to be quite honest. The fact, I'll just say it right now, he's injured. I could tell sitting in that eddy. Crowd, give it up for him for overcoming adversity, working his way back up that eddy, and throwing down. Alec Voorhees, good job, my friend. We are proud of you. We'll see. Is it enough to break into a podium spot and to best all those Brits?
I have to say, all of these athletes have done such a fantastic job. These are the top 5 athletes from all over the world. Top 3 is going to be seeing here just a second. We can see Alec is a little bit injured downstream.
Look at him. Look at your screen. He's not feeling good, man. His shoulder is hurt. And you know what? I'll just tell you, I know this kid. I was sitting here watching him in the eddy, and I didn't want to say anything. I was thinking, is he going to come out for that third ride? He's not feeling it. His shoulder is hurt. And just like a skier, if you hurt your knee, or a surfer with a broke ankle, it's tough to perform at your top. And I do believe we should give him another round, because he came out there and said, you know what? This is the big show, and I'm going to get after it. And he did just that. We'll see what the judges reward him with. Jordan Poffenberger, who's coming up next in C1, a good friend of his, comes over, offers his support. Emily Jackson, a teammate, hanging off the bow. Good job, Alex. I'm so proud of you, my friend. That was awesome. I'm fired up. You know what? Real quick before we get to this and we know who the champion is, let's give a round of applause for all the junior men and women, because they are incredible young adults. Their families have done a phenomenal job at raising them, and I applaud you. Great job to all of you for getting here to the World Championships.
Such true athletes, such amazing people. These kids, all under 18 years of age. These kids are representing their country. Some of them are actually doing it as their first competition on the world stage, and they're doing such an amazing job. The pressure comes up, and they push through the pressure and are able to show what they've got to the world.
You know, when the judges are scrutinizing over the score, there's something to think about, because they know that right now, when they come up with this score, this is going to deem who the world champion is. We're ready for the scores. Are you ready, Ottawa?
Everyone's on the edge of their seat, Hovey. Let's see what's going to happen here.
Well, it's not the winning run, but it's a really high score, 676.67 points. We'll bring up your leaderboard. I do believe that will move him into second place for Alec Voorhees. Go Anthony. And here is your leaderboard. In fifth place from the UK, Charlie Brackpool. From France, in fourth, it's going to be Fabian Lanau. In third place from the United Kingdom, Hugo Scott. And in second place from Idaho, the United States of America, it's Alec Voorhees. And your champion here, your junior world champion at the 2015 ICF Freestyle World Championships, Mr. Hugo Anthony. Wow. I love those Eye of the Tiger moments, like Rocky taking on Ivan Drago right there. He just lowered the boom. He moved into the silver medal position. We're going to send it down in a moment to our colleague, Corey Volt, as we get an interview with our champion. But while we wait, let's take a look at the action from the heat. This was a good one, Jez, a nail biter.
It was. Every time I come here, I think, oh, you know what, that was a great run. That was awesome. And then something else happens. There's drama in this run indeed. Fabian Lanau, you can see he was pumped about his run. He looked like he was sitting up there in third position for a little bit. We can see Hugo Scott here in the replay coming in for that helix. And Charlie Brackpool was doing such an awesome job. He got a couple of spins there, but he got some big Pan Ams and back blunts as well in his gigging in the sun here in Ottawa. That was huge. I can't believe Hugo Anthony. This kid just did what he took to be able to get on the podium. And Alec Voorhees, we know how tenacious that kid is from this competition. This big kid out of Idaho, just styling it. Looking at some more highlights here as we go back to some of the other passes and the other runs. Oh, we're back to the live feed. So we're going to send it down here to Corey Volt. Corey Volt, what's going over down there in the middle of the Ottawa River?
Wow, what an amazing heat of junior men's that was. We have crowned...
Words cannot describe. I mean, I'm on cloud 9 right now. Unbelievable.
That was absolutely amazing. You guys were crushing it out there. It was a nail biter right to the end of the heat. We were all waiting. It turns out you ended up on top. A brand new world champion here with Hugo Anthony from the United Kingdom. Good job, guys. I'm going to turn him around and we're going to get a selfie. So what I want to do is get that big audience back there to get on their feet and cheer on your new world junior champion.
There we go.
Like that. ICF Freestyle. Good job there, Hugo. Congratulations on your world championship.
Thanks, Corey Volt. We appreciate you being down there in the middle of the live action, which means we're going to be hailing a couple of 3 new champions in the bronze medal position. Well done. Congratulations to Hugo Scott. Second place goes to the US of A, Alec Voorhees. And our champion, put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, from the UK, Hugo Anthony. The drama was there for that competition. The drama and action is definitely going to be coming at you as well because we have so much more to come. Please, if I was you, do not go anywhere. Do not tune out. If you're on the internet, you're checking things out. We're going to let you know what's coming up here today. So what we're actually going to do is check out some of the action and some of the highlights of what we've seen here already as we're warming up towards the C1 finals, which will happen today at 12:30. Women's K1 will be coming at you at 2 o'clock. Remember, we're in Canada, Eastern Standard Time over here. And the men's K1, the big gun show, is going to happen here at 3 p.m. Tune in for that. Let's check out some of the highlights here on the internet.
And welcome back to the 2015 ICF Freestyle World Championships. We're going to take it to C1 so far. Whew, outstanding performances. Here's your format. What we have now in every division is 5 riders. They're going to get 3 rides each. Best wave counts. This is an all or nothing format. It changes throughout the competition, but this is for all of our finalists in this final day of competition, a fantastic Saturday. Your keys to victory here at the championships, to be the top dog. That's what you want. It's going to come down to this: variety, precision, consistency, and your strategy. But ultimately, I'm being joined by Matt Hamilton. He's stepping in for Jez on this heat. He's going to rest his vocal cords. I'm just going to stay fired up. My goal at the end of the day is... You don't want to hear from me tonight because I'm going to be partying alongside a champion. Coming Frenchie and a Canadian, Jordan Poffenberger from the United States, Seth Chappelle from the United States, Sebastian Deverett from France, the Canadian Zachary Zwanberg, and your current leader at the moment, Dane Jackson from the United States of America. Matt Hamilton, thanks for joining us. Did you check out that last heat?
Absolutely, Ken. I was up at the top of the grandstand watching those boys fire it up. It was pretty amazing to see Alex coming from behind. Looked like he might have had a little bit of a sore shoulder, and coming up into the second place there. He tried hard to get to the top. Pretty amazing to see what those boys are doing. They're the future of canoe freestyle here. We'll see them in the men's probably at the next World Championships.
The gold medal going to Great Britain. We don't have any Brits in this. It's 3 Americans, a Canadian, and a Frenchman. We're ready to go, though, with your C1 World Champion at the moment. We'll see if he can defend his title. This is Jordan Poffenberger from the US of A.
Jordan having an amazing week here at the World Championships. Already paddling OC1 in the finals there, making it to the top 5 as he sets up to the top of the wave. Right away throwing a nice righty, spinning it around into a lefty. Max Blunt as he comes around, going for an air screw. Back up, throwing a huge righty Pan Am. He checks back up to the shoulder of the wave, coming down. He's got a big trick for us, going for that lefty Pan Am. Into a McNabb. That's up backwards, going for a pistol flip, and that'll flush him off the back of the wave. Over to Ken.
Poffenberger goes downstream. He's going to be followed by another American as we take a look at the replay. C1 boating, for those of you that don't know, they're using more of like a canoe paddle. It's got just one blade on it. They're up on top of their knees rather than sitting, and this gives them a lot of leverage.
Absolutely, Ken. The C standing for canoe as Jordan spinning it around there with a nice blunt into a back blunt. He wants to get some of those linked bonuses out there on the wave today. As you see him throwing his body under the boat for an air screw. Right away, huge Pan Am to the right there in the replay. And we're back to the live action here on the Ottawa River.
We've got our colleague Corey Volt out there doing our live interviews. We've got an esteemed panel of judges and scribes. Poffenberger starts off strong. His score, 505 points. He's got to be happy with that, talking to his American teammate, Dane Jackson. Pumping each other up. We go to the top. Another American's up next. We're ready for him. I saw him last night with his family. He's a great guy. He's excited to be here. He's been in the World Champs before. This is Seth Chappelle.
That's right, Ken. He has been to multiple World Championships. He's an ER nurse when he's not out here on the river. Sliding down that reactionary right away, throwing a beautiful tall left blunt. Going for that right back blunt. Spins it around to the top of the wave, catching an unfortunate edge. And that'll be it for Seth's first ride.
Not what he's looking for. We've seen it in many of the heats coming up until this point that sometimes the athletes will drop in on these first, maybe even second rides, and they'll crash and burn, but then they come out for maybe their third ride and they boost big and they find their spot on the podium. It happened in that last round. But as we take a look at the slow motion replay of Chappelle, starting off, throwing into the air blunt, landing on his stern. He was able to pull up a few tricks before he washed downstream. He knows he can do better. The score for the American, 97 points. Coming up next, it's France's very own Sebastian Devred. We're ready for him. Sebastian Devred, the carburetor is yours.
Sebastian paddling in both the K1 and C1, having strong showings in both. Here he is in the C1 final for his first ride. Catching the top of the foam pile there with a really snappy right blunt. Answering back with a left clean blunt. Going for a big clean back blunt as he sets back up. He's got such a great snappy style on the wave. Huge dynamic back blunt there. You can see the spray of water coming off his boat. Huge amount of energy as he goes for a left Pan Am. Looks up at the clock, see how much time he's got left here. He wants to put a few, going for a big back Pan Am. Flushing off the back of the wave.
He looks happy with that ride. Very smooth throughout the entire 45 seconds. The crowd is filled in here just outside of Beachburg in Canada. An incredible week of high-flying action that the carburetor serves up as we take a look now at Devred on the instant replay. Take us through it, Matt.
Absolutely throwing a beautiful right blunt there. He's got an amazing snappy style, so powerful. Throwing a big left clean blunt. Nice and tall, showing it off to the judges there.
The criteria for this is next level. The judges that we have are hand-picked. And when they have a certain way that they want these tricks thrown, you best do it or you won't get scored. Devred will be in second place with this ride, a score of 480 points, but we have 2 riders to go in this first round. We've got 3 rides, and the best ride's going to count. Right now, though, it's time for the Canadian, Zachary Zwanberg. Oh, you can hear the hometown pride, and the countryman drops in.
Absolutely. From Canada, Zachary Zwanberg taken to the wave as he throws right away that righty blunt. Coming down, he wants that lefty. There it is. Setting up to the top. He's coming down backwards. Spins it around. Using that shoulder to set up to the top of the foam pile. Zach having some amazing rides in the preliminaries and the semifinals. He wants to answer back with something big here. He wants to be on the top of that podium with a big black back blunt. Sets up. Going for that air screw.
Oh, man. That was massive.
Wow, definitely showing he's got some skills here. Going for the McNasty, still on the top of the wave. Maybe a pistol flip there. Trying to throw a helix on his offside. Amazing. Zachary Zwanberg.
My word. The Canadian is coming out swinging. I want this guy on my side in a bar fight because he is tenacious. Zwanberg coming out there, throwing some just behemoth tricks right there. Huge Pan Ams, big air all the way around. And Matt, that was a full 45 seconds. I'd have to imagine this is going to be the ride to beat. We'll find out here in a moment.
We'll have to see what the judges say, Ken, but absolutely an amazing ride. There we go. We see Zach out there paddling back up the eddy. He's got to be happy. Cheer him on there, Canada. Yeah, fist pump from Zach.
I've got your score. It is not enough to go to the top spot. He's given 367 points, but it is good enough as of right now for third. But coming up, this is the guy that qualified first coming into this round. When I say his name, y'all go nuts because you know who he is. He's arguably one of the best paddlers in the world. It's Dane Jackson from the Rock Island, Tennessee area.
Dane paddling in pretty much every discipline here at the World Championship. We saw him in squirt, OC1, C1, and the men's K1. Dane on the wave, right away going for a nice, clean left blunt. Coming down backwards, throwing around that right blunt as he goes clean in the other direction to the right. Throwing the other back blunt. Dane's on fire here as he's trying to get a Pan Am set up. Going for the back Pan Am. Bubbles up to the top of the wave. And that'll be it for Dane's first ride here in the finals.
Everybody knows what's on the line today. Although the athletes need to work through every single round, this is what they dream about. They have been living, breathing, kayaking, but in particular for these athletes, thinking about this exact feature and this moment for a long time. Dane Jackson, although he's from the United States, he spends quite a bit of time up here working with the Keeners program, also training. He's probably spent just about as much time up on the Ottawa River as anyone, and it shows. I'm getting the word that we have his score in as we look at the slow motion instant replay here, paddling a boat with his name on it. Team Jackson Kayak, Dane Jackson, bib 119. His score, 248 points. It is not enough. Right now, your leader with 505 is going to be Jordan Poffenberger. In second place with 480 points, it's going to be Sebastian Devereux. In third, the Canadian Zachary Zwanberg. So we have United States, France, and Canada in the top three spots. Dane Jackson, 248, just missing the bubble in fourth place. And then Seth Chappelle, fellow American, in fifth with 96. But we push the reset button, we get ready to go, and we take it back to the top of the order with Jordan Poffenberger, the reigning men's C1 world champ. Matt?
That's right. You can see Jordan's wearing that leader's bib out there as he's sitting in the eddy waiting for the go-ahead from our judges, our ICF judges, tirelessly calculating the scores down there on that cool new judging system from Wave Monkey.
We'll take a look at some highlights. Turn your attention to the monitors around the area and also online. Glad to have you guys joining us. Our slow motion replay during the heats. As we get done with our first ride, we speed it up a bit and let you show it in real time. Remarkable rides from these C1 athletes. The highest score so far recorded by Jordan Poffenberger with 505 points. Seth Chappelle doing very well, but not quite enough, Matt. We'll see what happens here in the second ride.
Definitely seen some amazing action out here as Jordan's getting himself warmed up in the eddy. He wants to stay on the top of this leaders board right now.
Hey, you guys on River Left, are you loving it? Let's hear it. Yeah, good to see you guys out there. Awesome. How about over here on River Right? Let's get our crowd cheering. This is awesome. So glad to have you out here. If you cannot get a seat in the stands, no worries. Jump on the ferry. It'll whisk you away over there to Fantasy Island in the middle of the river. And you can have a beautiful little stroll through the wilderness and then drop on into the grandstands. But dropping in right now, it's your leader at the moment, Jordan Poffenberger.
Jordan taking to the wave right away, throwing it righty. Trying to link it into a little bit of a back blunt there. Oh, catching an edge. And Jordan is off the wave.
Uncharacteristic of the champion, but I don't think he's too concerned. I'm sure he's fired up that he's holding that top spot. He knows, though, that we're probably going to see that score get beat. A little bit of frustration, but no worries. He's got another ride. What went wrong here, Matt?
As you see him come down the wave, he throws his body up, down, coming around, trying to get that link bonus. And we're back to the live action with Ken.
We'll bring you his score. There's no doubt in my mind he's going to keep the first one. His second run, only registering at 43 points. He's still your leader with 505. Coming up next, his teammate from the United States of America, Seth Chappelle. I can hear Eric Jackson up there with his air raid siren. Make some noise, crowd. Coming up after this, the big show happens in K1 with our women's and men's. Before we conclude it, we're going to Wilderness Tours to do our awards ceremony at 8 o'clock. I'll have more information on that coming up Seth Chappelle, his score on his first ride was 97 points. He's got to break into at least 367 points if he wants to get into a podium position here in the second ride. But each one of these athletes will have another ride. Matt?
Seth peeling out of the eddy as he slides down the reactionary, setting himself up nice and high on the foam pile. Right away, a beautiful tall left blunt. Coming down, answering back with a right back blunt. Getting himself set up there, trying to go for the righty blunt. He wants to set it up taller. Nice, clean back blunt. When they use the spin to get in it, people call it a flashback as he comes down with a nice, big righty Pan Am. Seth going for the left Pan Am as well. He wants to get both of those on the board as he spins around backwards. Maybe looking for a back blunt or a back Pan Am. Seth's got the skills. No, he's going for that pistol flip, and he stomps it, coming back down onto the wave. Seth having an amazing second ride here. He wants to be on the top of the leaderboard, throwing a big back Pan Am.
Big bounce right there. Seth Chappelle, one of our most decorated whitewater athletes. He made his first Worlds back in 2003 in OC1 in Austria. He was fourth at the C1 World Championships in 2013. That was down there in North Carolina. First in OC1 and third place in C1 at the World Cup of Freestyle. In 2012, took fourth at the World Championships in 2011, and then second place in C1, the 2006 World Cup Freestyle Series in North America. This guy is just absolutely a great guy off the water, but on the water, he turned his attention to getting up to the top of the podium, as you mentioned. Here we are on the banks of the Ottawa once again, the final day of the World Championships of Freestyle Kayaking. We are in our second ride of the finals of C1. Coming up next from France, it's going to be Sebastian Deveret as we await the judges' decision and what they're going to reward Chappelle with. His first ride was 97 points, and I'd have to guess he's going to beat it, and indeed he does. And he moves to the top of the ranks, your new leader with 595 points. It's going to be Seth Chappelle. And that's how it happens, Matt. One ride could change everything. 0 to hero, as I like to call it, or hero to zero if you're in first place going in and you crash, but no worries about that. We're going to go to France once again. Sebastian Deveret's up next. His first run, 480 points.
Currently sitting in third place with that 480 points. He'd definitely like to move up a little bit further on the leaderboard. He'd like to see the top of the podium, see that gold medal around his neck because he's throwing a huge blunt. Coming down, he's setting up again, throwing a nice lefty Pan Am for you. Getting it up nice and high in the air as he sets up on the pile. Coming down, massive back blunt. Going for the big back blunt the other way. Get him nice and tall and snappy. And crazy power and precision out there on the wave. Letting go of his T-grip for a second. Looks like he's got a hold of his paddle again. He wants to come down the other way with a big back Pan Am. And that'll be it for Sebastian's second ride.
Sebastian had a 480 when he came into this round. Second ride, not quite as good as that. The judges will determine it. The great thing about kayaking, I know people are looking and saying, well, I don't freestyle kayak. Clap your hands and cheer if you kayak. Let me just hear if you kayak. Even if it's whitewater, or if it's recreational boating, or if it's sit on top kayaking, I don't care what it is. Let's hear it if you kayak. Do you understand and respect the power and prowess that they're throwing down? Not only are they kayaking it, they're doing it with half the paddle. So really remarkable. I know we have a lot of viewers online. Maybe they don't freestyle kayak. Maybe they just go down river. Maybe they just take the sit on top and they go slay fish. It doesn't matter. You understand what's going down. Sebastian will keep his first ride. His second ride, 420 points. He had a 480 on his first ride, and this is a best ride format. That brings us to Canada, Zachary Zwanberg.
We are ready for Zach Zwanenberg, the hometown Canadian. His mom and dad helping make sure all the Canadian athletes get out there. Zach drops down using that reactionary to get himself high on the pile as he comes down with a beautiful right blunt. Right away he wants the left, and there it is. Trying to get those ends nice and tall, setting up high on the pile as he spins around, trying to get things set up here. Rechecks to the top of the pile, trying to get knots, big energy off that green water, coming down, spinning it around, trying to get that end up for the back blunt as he comes down. Gonna go for maybe the air screw. We've seen it almost every ride. Catching an edge, he's off. He's got one more ride to show us what he's got.
That was solid, but he knows as of right now the score to beat has been posted by Seth Chappelle with a 595. Let's take a look at the replay.
Zach having a little trouble getting it going, but right off the bat he did get a couple of beautiful blunts. There's the righty on the screen right there in slow-mo. Showing the replay on the screens for you and out on the World Wide Web. Zach getting that lefty blunt going for you as he sets back up to the top of the pile. He was working hard to get some big moves started here, having a little bit of trouble in the foam pile to get it started there. You can see him catching a bit of an edge. And we're back to Ken with the live action.
We've got some interesting names in the world of freestyle kayaking as far as the tricks. It's a lot like skateboarding. If you invent the trick, you get to name it. We've got a few crazy ones on there. Mick Nasty is one of those. We'll have a description of those coming up. But it's going to take the big tricks to win this event. And each one of these guys has shown that they know what it takes to get her done. They're going to roll up their sleeves and go to work. One of those guys is coming up next. It's going to be Dane Jackson. As we await the score for Zachary Zwanberg as he paddles on over, gets a sip of a refreshment and some coaching over there on the Wilderness Tours raft. Thanks again to Wilderness Tours for putting this event on. It has been phenomenal. The best worlds I've ever been to. Zwanberg, 6.67, his second ride coming in at 195 points. He'll have another go. Coming up, this will be the second of 3 rides for the current leader coming into this, but not at the moment. Dane Jackson is not in the top 3. Unfamiliar territory for this champion. We're also going to see him in the men's K1 round coming up, and we're ready for Dane Jackson from the United States of America.
Dane, definitely a solid multi-discipline paddler, although he doesn't paddle C1 as much as kayak. Sliding down that reactionary, catching the wave as he throws a beautiful left blunt. Answering back with a nice back blunt, trying to go for a clean righty blunt. Surfing up to the top of the wave. Spinning around. Nice back blunt there. Lots of big air on that one as he surfs down. Going for the Pan Am to the left. Dane putting together a solid ride here. He wants to move back up onto the podium and throwing a big pistol flip. Still on the wave. Maybe securing him a spot up on the podium.
That's good, that's good. Thank you. That's good. Can you say? Yeah. Thank you, Clay and Peter. Appreciate it. Clay Wright is here. Clay getting second at squirt boating here. Congratulations. Nice work, Clay. I'm back on headset now. Sorry about that. Just want to make sure that we have areas cleared out as the crowd fills in for everybody's vantage point. And also want to make sure that only officials with credentials are down below those taped areas. But looking at Dane Jackson's ride, this was good, but is it enough? Because as of right now, 595 points is the score to get into the gold medal position, but we do have another round. Here we go. We've got your score for Dane Jackson. It's not enough to break into the top spot, but it is enough to get up there onto the podium. 515 points for Dane Jackson. And here's how it all breaks down. Here's your top 5 out of the 5 finalists here in 5th. It's Zachary Zonberg from Canada with 366 points. From France, it'll be Sebastian Devred. In third place, your current world champion, Jordan Poffenberger with 505. Dane Jackson goes from 5th to 2nd with that last ride, 550 points for Dane. And your leader, Seth Chappelle from the United States, his score, 595 points. Hey, y'all, pull up a chair, get ready. We're going to throw down. Third ride comes up now. The score to beat is 595 points. If you want to overtake Poffenberger into that bronze medal position, you got a best of 505. While we wait, we're going to take a look at some highlights from that last round, and there were a lot of them, Matt.
You can see Jordan out there on the wave in the highlights. There's Seth throwing a nice big blunt into a back blunt. Definitely seeing some great highlights. In that beautiful Gigi Prod carbon boat, showing off the hull there with the back blunt. Zachary Zwanenberg, Canadian, having some strong performances in his first World Championships as a C1, and of course the veteran paddler Dane Jackson, and a veteran at quite a young age.
Dane Jackson right now in the silver medal position. He was in 5th place moving into that. He's got to be pleased, but I also know these guys can break into the 600 and 700 point range, if not more. But right now, Jordan Poffenberger is coming up. 505 points is his best ride so far. He can do it. What do you think, Ottawa? That's your current world champ. He wants to keep the title. Get him fired up as he drops into Garburator here on the Ottawa River.
Paddling with bib number 7, lucky number 7. You can see it's one of those beautiful leaders bibs. Jordan setting up high on the pile, coming down with a nice right blunt. Checks his way back up to the top of the pile. You'll see all of our paddlers using that to set up as a huge air screw up to the top. And oh no, yeah, there he is. He's back on the wave, working hard to get in there. Checks back over to the shoulder. He wants a Pan Am in the other direction. There it is. Going for that huge Pan Am to the left, bubbling off the back of the wave. Some huge moves there. Let's see what the score gives him.
Yeah, he had about 12 seconds left when that flush happened. He's not happy with that. I can tell you right now, he is a outstanding performer. It's great to have him out there in the finals. I'm guessing he's going to keep that first score. Take us through this last ride. This was his third ride, his final ride here in the finals of C1.
That's right. You can see on your screens and at home the replay going on right now with a nice right blunt. Spinning it around there. Sets up high on the pile. Very dynamic paddler here.
Poffenberger down there in the eddy, a little bit frustrated, I think. His score, 346.67. Let's hear it for Jordan Poffenberger from the United States. He'll keep that first run of 505. Coming up, fellow American and your current leader, it's going to be Seth Chappelle. A very decorated paddler. He's been at the Worlds ever since they were in Austria. And now here he is, performing on the Ottawa. Coming in, Team Jackson paddler, Seth Chappelle.
Seth's last ride was pretty solid, getting himself up right now on the top of the leaders board. Right away into a nice tall lefty. Coming up in the foam pile as he's trying to back it down the wave. Sets back up on the shoulder. Comes down, nice righty blunt. Coming down with a big, huge back blunt to the right. Sets himself up into the foam pile, spinning it around, going for the back blunt in the other direction. Couple of cartwheels, still on the top of the foam pile, working hard to get in. And that'll be it for the end of Seth's ride, Ken.
Couple cross bow strokes, gets him into the river left eddy. Got the Union Jack flying high and proud out there. As we take a look at our audience, and then now back to the action here with your slow motion replay.
Seth throwing an amazing left blunt there, maybe even getting it past vertical for a Pan Am. We'll see what the judges say from their angle.
This is an International Canoe Federation sanctioned event. It is the World Championships. Indeed, Chappelle will keep his second ride. His third run comes in at 320 points. Here's our unofficial leaderboard, your top four. Sebastian Devered, he's up next. He has a score of 480. If he wants to push Poffenberger off the podium, which he could do, Poffenberger is already gone. He's done for the day. He currently is in the bronze medal position. A lot of stress on him, 505 points. Dane Jackson, he'll be coming up here shortly. He has 515, but right now your leader still, Seth Chappelle with the score to beat, 595 points. As we go back up to the top of the river, halfway through the third run of our three-run format here in the C1 finals, it's going to be France's own Sebastian Devered.
Sebastian pulling out of the eddy, sliding down that reactionary, catching the wave. He's had some amazing rides so far. Right away, a big, huge lefty blunt. Answering back with a righty. Setting up, oh, dangerous over on the right side, and he flushes down. You can see he's frustrated with that one.
Not happy at all. Absolutely not happy. So here's where it stands right now. Zwanberg is not in a medal position now. He could be. It's going to come down to this ride. And it is coming up. We're going to take a quick look once again at Sebastian Devered's ride. A lot of pressure on the young Canadian. Devered was feeling it as well. Devered throwing some huge tricks from the get-go, but things went wrong about halfway into his ride as he flushed downstream. Hey, Maple Leafs, get loud for your boy. Zachary Zwanberg right now, Sebastian Devered, he's going to keep his first run because his third run, 148 points. This is where, I'm going to set the stage for you. This is where you got to start chanting, yelling, getting loud, getting fired up, because he could be a medalist here at the World Championship on his home stretch of river. Ladies and gentlemen, from Canada, Zachary Zwanberg.
Thanks, Ken. Doing an amazing job getting my hometown crowd here riled up as Zachary grabs the wave here. An amazing all-around paddler. He competed. Whoa, nice big righty blunt. Showing that off nice and tall. Coming back with a lefty. He competed in kayak at the last World Championships as a junior man. And with a huge right back blunt. He is fired up. He's a technician. He's definitely trying to get everything done as he throws that air screw. Still on the wave. He is definitely looking to get up onto one of those medal positions. Sets up, coming down backwards. Huge pistol flip. Or maybe even that might even have been a back Pan Am. I'm not sure 100% what that was. Maybe a trophy move.
He's doing it for you, Canada.
Absolutely, Ken. Having an amazing ride. He wants to be at the top of the podium, going for a helix, and C1 rolls up at the top of the pile. He is happy with that one.
He is so stoked. Yeah, keep it going. That wasn't loud enough for him. Zachary Zwanberg from Canada. We'll take a look at the replay. This was one of those moments. He had to throw it down if he wants to get into the top spots. Top three men. We're going to find out who they are. Take us through it, Matt. This was a great ride.
Absolutely, Ken. You can see he just threw a nice right blunt there. Coming down the other way, he gets a left blunt. Big spray of water off his boat. Definitely fast and dynamic. I'm loving these slow-mo replays. You can really see what the paddler's doing, see where they're looking, see where they're. Zach comes down, spinning it around with a big, tall back blunt. Notice there was no paddle used for that one, so it would have been clean, getting a clean bonus on there. Adding up those points nice and high. This might put him up on the top of the leaderboard. We'll have to see what the judges say here in a moment.
It very well could be.
As he throws that air screw in the bottom of the foam pile, coming up right on the top of the wave.
He's getting a bit of accolades from one of his coaches over there, high atop the Wilderness Tours wrap. Take a look at how out of breath he still is. He can hear you over there, everybody. He can hear you. And let me tell you this, think about this moment. So much has gone into bringing the World Championships here, and if you can imagine having it on your home river, you're in the finals, and you're a contender. As we await the judge's score, we're also going to bring up our leaderboard in a moment. We've got one more rider to go here in the C1 finals. It's going to be Dane Jackson. 3 Americans in this heat, 1 from France, and that gentleman right there from Canada. I'm going to call him Z squared. Zachary Zwanberg. Great ride. We'll find out what they give him. Let's clap our hands. Let's get fired up. Zachary Zwanberg coming in with 528 points. It is not enough to take the top spot, but it is enough to put the pressure on Dane Jackson. It is up to Dane. Here is your slate, and here's what's going down. Jordan Poffenberger gets pushed down, unfortunately, to 4th place. That'll be his standing. Dane Jackson right now in 3rd with 515. Zwanberg, the Canadian, in 2nd place, 528 points. Your current leader from the United States with 595. These are the unofficial results, but the way it works right now, Dane Jackson is in the 3rd place position. Now, if he can get better than a 595, he'll be the gold medalist.
Hey, guys! Guys! Behind the pole! Dane Jackson dropping out onto the wave as we get the last run of this heat going. Throwing a nice lefty blunt right away, spinning it around, coming back down, throwing a nice back blunt. Throws that righty blunt. Dane knows he's got to throw down here as he throws a nice clean back blunt.
He's doing just that, Matt.
Absolutely, throwing a lefty Pan Am there, and if you notice, he's got no blade in his left hand, so that was probably clean. Coming down
It's too
backwards.
quiet out there.
Throwing the pistol flip. Dane knows what he's got to do to get up to the top. He's not afraid of being on top. Throwing a nice back Pan Am there. He's definitely having a solid ride.
Less than 5 seconds left.
There he goes with a helix in the C1. Sets up backwards. He gives a fist pump. He knows that he has a good chance of now being on the top of that podium.
A great ride from all of our competitors. Will it be enough? We're going to send Corey Volt out to the Rock in just a moment. We're going to have a quick conversation with whoever our champion is. We'll get our 3 top finishers out there as well. But Jackson, he has been in this position so many times, whether it be a world championship title or a big event like the GoPro Mountain Games or the Payette River Games. This guy knows how to perform when the pressure's on. He relaxes and goes out there and throws down as he gets a high five from Seth Chappelle. The entire crew over there, a lot of camaraderie, and it's great to see the sportsmanship displayed amongst these international paddlers. Sebastian Devered comes in for one as well. Let's give a round of applause for these top 5 guys. That was a absolutely phenomenal finals there for the C1 here at the Freestyle World Championships. We're waiting for the score right now from Jackson. He seems pretty happy though. We've got the judge's score. We're ready for it. Will Dane be the champion? And indeed he is, with a score of 863 points. It is my pleasure to introduce for the first time your new World C1 champion in the men's division. It is none other than Mr. Dane Jackson. A gold medal for the Americans, and the other thing is we're going to see more from Dane as he has made finals in the K1 division as well. We'll have your complete list coming up, your top 5 here at the World Championships in C1. A very happy Dane Jackson In 5th place from France, it's Sebastian Devered. Poffenberger just off the podium, your former world champion. Top 3 spots, Canada, you got a bronze medal. Zachary Zwanberg. United States, you've got a silver medal. Seth Chappelle. And be proud, from the United States of America, your new champion, Dane Jackson. What a wicked ride that was. I'm going to send it down to my colleague, Corey Volt. Corey, Dane had a lot of pressure on that final ride.
Wow, that's the definition of clutch, Dane. You knew what you needed to do, put a high-scoring ride to get you to the top of the podium. How does it feel to be the new world C1 champion?
I'm pretty stoked. I was pretty fired up to win 2011. Last time I got third, so I was stoked to come out again, but you guys had sick rides, so.
It was a great show by you. Can you hand me that champagne? We've got a bottle of champagne for our winner here. Can I give that a big shake up?
Yeah, he's old enough now, Corey. Hey, Corey, let's get our top 3 up there right now. Let's get our other C1. Get in there, Seth Chappelle. Get in there. Dane's gonna pop the top, spray the champagne, and we're gonna bestow a big round of applause for all 3 of these men, in addition to Poffenberger and Sebastian Devered. We applaud you guys. Nice work. Corey?
Wow, what an honor. Last night I took a selfie with Dane and posted it on Twitter and said, I'm here with the future C1 champion. Now I'm actually going to take a selfie with the C1 champion with a crowd in the background. Let's get loud. Good job to all our C1 competitors out here. You guys are bronze, silver, and gold medalists here at the World Championships. We'll see you a little bit later, Dane.
Corey's a big fan of that song. But first, let me take a selfie. Corey's going to get back in the raft. He's going to go to River Left, and we're going to carry on here at the World Championships. Coming up, we've got our Women's K1 Finals represented here at the World Championships. We're going to hear from Russia, the United Kingdom, Japan, the United States, all in this women's finals heat, and then we get to the men. 5 different countries represented here at the World Championships in the men's finals. It's going to be the Brits, France, Spain, the United States, and Nick Troutman will be out there. Dane Jackson goes out for a quick victory lap. We'll be seeing him in the men's K1 finals. Matt Hamilton, thanks for joining us up here. How exciting was that? And you know what? I want to ask you this. You're from this area. What does it mean to have the World Championships here at Garb?
It's absolutely amazing, Ken. Bringing the Worlds here for the 3rd time, showing that this is the birthplace of freestyle kayaking. I say we bring it back every 10 years. Here in 10 years. I'm signing off now, leaving the rest of the day to Jez and Corey and Ken. We'll see you guys later.
I want to go. Hey, this is his final heat to call here at the World Championships. Can I get a round of applause for Matt Hamilton? This guy is awesome. He did a great job volunteering to help out here. He is a local, and he did an outstanding job. I've got the privilege of announcing just about every big event around the United States, North America, and he did a great job. Glad to have him on board, as well as Corey Volt and Jez. We're going to take a short break from the action. I'm going to grab some water, rest my vocal cords, stretch my legs. I suggest you do the same. As we take a look at some of the highlights of the video replay, there's your champion, Dane Jackson. Outstanding. The pressure was on his shoulders, and he fulfilled it. Coming up strong. The C1 blood runs thick in that guy. We're going to see him in the K1s division coming up. But in just under an hour, we're going to take it to the finals for the women, K1s. Thanks for joining us. We're going to take a short break. I'm Ken Hovey. We'll see you in a moment. look, we pan our camera across as you view online. There's Wilderness Tours Rafting, bringing a bunch of guests on down the river. This is the wonderful thing about this area, and you're joining us at truly the most fantastic time as we're about to get things underway with the women's K1 finals. Wilderness Tours, the provider to this event, the local rafting company, is the most prestigious in the world of whitewater, and as you'll see as these guests come dropping through Carburetor, this is a fun place to be. Couldn't be happier to be here on the final day of the World Championships. Up next, K1's women's finals. To our viewers out there that have been watching and now returning to the show, what you see upstream is the Ottawa River. This is a wonderful place in that it has ample flat water to learn on. That was a big hit from that raft. Here comes another one. Boom. Big splashes over the top. A little bit of air being caught by our guide. And look how good, look how awesome that Wilderness Tours guide was. Actually grabbing the foot of one of their guests and pulling them back in the raft. They are the best rafting company in the Ottawa River Valley, without a doubt. I work for a rafting company back in Colorado, and they're such a friendly group and such a talented group. But you've got these big, deep pools, and then you have these rapids, and then another deep pool. And Jez, they could have not selected a better place to have the World Championships than right here at Carburetor on the Ottawa.
That's right, because not only is it spectacular scenery, great hosts, amazing place to be, but the feature is world class. A lot of the athletes have decided, some of these guys have gone, you know, I'm going to pass it in here for a couple of times, and then when we hear it's in a world champion feature like this, they come on out in their droves.
Here's your competition format. It's been the same throughout this, although we've had different numbers of rides in the preliminaries and semifinals round. For the finals, we have 5 riders in each heat. They're going to have 3 rides, 3 times to drop into Carburetor, 45 seconds per ride. They are going to take the best ride. That's what is going to count to determine who our champion is. And if you want to win this, you got to go for broke. In this no-holds-bar competition, it's going to come down to variety, precision, consistency, and strategy. You got to put a lot of thought into these rides, and much like gymnasts in the Olympics put together a routine, that's what they have to do here. They're going to try to link the biggest tricks together within that 45-second ride. One ride will count. We're going to find out who our champ is.
So variety, in terms of variety, you can't just throw the same trick twice. If you go for a Pan Am to the left, you've got to go for something else. You can't score that same move. So if you hear us call out for a Pan Am left, it means that's it. They can't do another Pan Am. And the idea is to try and land them precise, landing nice and straight upstream or downstream.
As you take a look at the competitors in this finals for the women, it's going to be Katerina Kulkova from Russia, Claire O'Hara, the defending women's champ from the United Kingdom, Hitomi Takaku from Japan, Emily Jackson from the United States, and out of the United Kingdom, Emily Ward.
So how this works is they sit in reverse seated order. So the people who come at the top, the first couple, get to see everyone's first run, second run and third run as they're sitting there waiting for their turn, so they can see what the scores are to beat before they have their run.
Well, our job as the commentator is to call it as we see it. It's also to get the crowd fired up. So help me do my job and get these athletes going. Let's hear it, Ottawa River Valley, for our women's finals here at the 2015 Freestyle World Championships. The crowd is pumped. We're fired up. The music is pumping. The water is flowing. It's time. Let's do it. Coming up first, Jez, Ekaterina Kulkova, the Russian.
That's right, Ekaterina from Russia, 32 years of age. This kid is just coming out here to fire up here on Garb. Coming out looking for the left blunt and gets a little bit of air as she's going for that lefty. Comes in for a roundhouse to the left side. Keep cheering her on. This is her first run of 3. Ekaterina now comes up to the top. Kulkova showing how cool she is as she moves to the right side, surfer's right side, to get up on top. And she moves around looking for that right roundhouse into a possible Pan Am, or at least a blunt there to the right side. Ekaterina has been on this World Series for quite a while as she fires up, looking into a back roundhouse and gets a little bit flush there. Ekaterina from Russia.
I like it. She is cool, Kova. As we take a look at the video replay, she came out strong. It almost cost her. She was able to regroup, though, and throw some big tricks. This is her first of 3 rides.
Yeah, looking at the slow motion replay, you can see her coming up on top of the foam pile, trying to push that boat down into the green water, which allows her to get air. It bounces off that green wheel, if you will, and bounces up in the air and allows her to throw her tricks.
She qualified 5th coming into this. Very exciting. We had a pretty interesting turn of events yesterday with the women's division. Ekaterina Kukolova, her first run, 177 points. We're going to take it back to the top. This is your reigning women's world freestyle champion out of the United Kingdom, Claire O'Hara.
All right, here comes Claire O'Hara, reigning world champion, freestyle squirt boating champion, 7 world championship titles already to her name. As she drops in, looking for her first move, comes around to the top, trying to get her first pass. As she goes to that nice blunt to the right side. Now coming up, trying to set up to the top, gets pushed around, showing her whole skills in display. She blunts it around to the left side, getting some air possibly for that air blunt to the left. Now Claire mixes it up, going for a back Pan Am or back blunt to the right. As she comes into a back move to a back blunt to the left side. Claire using a lot of time to be in that feature, which is the key. Moving into a back left blunt, possibly a roundhouse, just spinning it around to the top with 2 seconds as she's going for the big move on the buzzer. Claire O'Hara.
Back to the replay. Team Jackson Kayak Paddler coming out of the UK has been very strong coming in this. I wouldn't say that this is her forte. Typically in the past, I've seen Claire really be dominant in more of a hole feature, where this kind of has a whole feel to it, but it's more of an aggressive wave nature.
That's right. She has been training hard to try and get nice and confident on waves, spending a bunch of time up here to practice here on Garb. Claire showing when she gets a little bit flipped up there, she threw end over end to be able to stay in the feature, showing the control that she's got in holes. And you can see on the slow replay, she gets that boat up and over for a left blunt.
We'll wait for the scores from the judges. Coming up, it's going to be Hitomi Takaku from Japan. Claire seems pretty confident in that ride. She's got a big smile on her face. She came close to not making it to the finals yesterday.
Yeah, she's known as the heart stopper, coming through and just getting through the bubble line from both NOC and also here at the Ottawa.
We've got your score. It's the top one so far, 263 points for Claire O'Hara. Back to the top. About to drop in. Coming all the way from Japan. Let's put our hands together for Hitomi Takaku.
Hitomi, 33 years of age, been paddling for 10 years, part of the Japanese Canoe Federation. Here she is on the world stage in the finals. Hitomi now comes in looking for a roundhouse to the right side, backs it up into a back possible roundhouse or blunt to the right. Backs it up now to the top, looking for a next pass. Oh, looking for that blunt to the left.
Big air.
On that aerial feature as she's going around to the right side as well, trying to get some blunts on the board. Into a back blunt to the right, trying not to use that paddle blade, which means going clean as she's going to a back roundhouse to the left side. Coming into her back moves now, over, trying to get that over 45-degree back blunt. Oh, looking for a McNasty attempt, and just gets pushed around with a couple of seconds. Oh, trying to will that boat into a McNasty. Hitomi from Japan.
How awesome is that? I think that's one of the best rides I've seen from this Japanese paddler. Take it through it, Jez. It was phenomenal. She really maximized her time.
Yeah, she stayed in there in the entire 45 seconds, which is the key. You're not going to score any moves if you're out of the feature. You can see her going into a roundhouse to the right side and coming into a front surf. She maximized the entire 45 seconds. Didn't flop, didn't wade, didn't fade her. She just stayed on and kept throwing down until the very end.
We'll see what the judges reward her in just a moment. The way this is working out is we're showing you the rides, we're showing you the replay, we're getting the scores, relaying them to our audience and to the World Wide Web, trying to figure out what the score to beat is. This is the highest level of competition in the world of freestyle right here on the Ottawa. And right now, that puts her into first place, 265 points. That brings us to the former world champion, Emily Jackson from the United States.
She's dancing. She's ready to go. This lady, 2 times freestyle kayak world champion, 9 times Teva GoPro Mountain Games champion winner, and 1 time silver medalist in world champion 2011. She's got it all. She's got so many medals. She is going to crush this. Let's see her go. Emily Jackson. All right, Emily now dials in, looking for a back blunt to the right. Going into a blunt to the right side. Into a blunt or roundhouse to the left side, trying to get over 45 as she goes back and really sells that back to the right move in a back blunt. Comes in backwards to the left, trying to get that left possible roundhouse, possible blunt. As she comes to the top, sizes up. Come on, Emily, as she's going, trying to get that over 45 for that back blunt.
Really poised and collected out there, Jez.
With 10 seconds remaining, you can see her going into an air screw, possible Pan Am attempt. That was great stuff there. Emily fired up with 2 seconds remaining. Looks for the helix. Emily Jackson.
An outstanding performance from Jackson. I do believe this will put her at the top of the pile right now. Literally, as she was at the top of the foam pile several times. She made a lot of passes, accomplishing just about every move that she could want to. It's funny to think back. I've known Emily since she was a kid selling smoothies down by the river when her dad was out there competing when they were in Colorado. Watched her grow up. She's done a lot of great things in her life, including being a world champion, but I think her biggest accomplishment has come recently with the birth of her son Tucker and her husband Nick Troutman, who is the current leader going into the next round in men's K1. How cool would that be? I'm sure that they've talked amongst themselves about being the men's and women's world champions, so they've got in tune just that when we had the championships there. Hey, crowd on the other side, you're on the big screen to the web. You look fantastic. We want to see you cheer. Let them know how great a time you're having. Up there on the rock, part of our kayak crew, the kids that are joining us, everybody's out here having a great time. Make sure that as you take those pictures, if you share them from here or when you get back home, to tag them with the hashtag ICF Freestyle. And how about here on the near side? You're up on the screen right now. You guys should get fired up and cheer. Oh, I see a lot of British flags out there. They're ready for their girl. I love it. I get to say her name. Up next, Emily Ward. As Claire O'Hara gives a high five to her Jackson kayak teammate, Emily Jackson. You can see Emily's husband, Nick Troutman, sitting over there in the coach's raft. He's going to be coming up in the men's final in just a moment. Here's your score for Emily Jackson. It will be the one to beat so far, 372 points. All right, back to the top of the order. Emily Ward will be up next.
All right, Emily Ward, time for the British contingent and the UK, I should say, contingent to get loud. We have 29 years of age, Emily Ward, actually living down in Uganda right now, but representing the UK.
And that was a great story here at the World Championships, was the entire Ugandan team and what it took to get them here. And Emily was instrumental. Let's give her a big round of applause from the United Kingdom, Emily Ward.
7 times Great Britain team member from 2002. Emily Ward comes in looking for a nice big back move, mixing it up there to a back roundhouse to the left side, using that radial edge to her advantage to come to the top, setting herself up, looking around to the blunt to the right side, comes back to the middle. She's in top of the order from the previous semi-finals. Let's see what she can throw. Emily Ward comes around to the left for a left juicy blunt, coming in using that radial once again to try and get some speed and get some power. As she tries to go for a big back blunt and just gets flush. Emily Ward.
That'll do it for the first rides of this 3-ride format. We shared it with you earlier. 2 more rides to go. Top ride will count in this packed house here at Garburator. Emily Ward dropping in the slow motion instant replay. I love it. We're sharing it in high definition. You can really see what it takes to accelerate down that foam pile and to pull off these big tricks. She's going to get another crack at it. Once we find out her score, we'll go back to the top of the order with Ekaterina Kulkova from Russia. I've got the score here coming up for Emily Ward. From Great Britain, Emily Ward, she comes in with a score of 108 points. It's not enough. So as it stands right now, here's how it breaks down. We're going to bring up your top 5. Currently sitting in first place with 371 points, it's Emily Jackson. In second, it's the Japanese paddler Hitomi Takaku. In third, the world champ from the United Kingdom, Claire O'Hara. So in order for any of these athletes to break into the medal position, they've got to overtake O'Hara. She has 263. Katerina Kukova, who's coming up from Russia, she has 176. Emily Ward on her last ride, 108 points. Time to push the reset button, Jez, and get back to the top of the order with Katerina Kukova. Before we do so, let's take a look at some highlights from those first rides.
All right, so we're going to check out just some brief highlights for those who are checking in on the internet. You can see Kulkova coming in for a nice blunt to the right. And you can see Claire O'Hara there coming in with a flurry of ends to stay controlled with some Pan Ams. Look like possibly some air blunts. Yes. Hitomi, the Japanese fighter that she is, coming into using the entire 45 seconds. Emily Jackson as well, just styling it out there. And at the moment, sitting proud on top of the leaderboard. 370 points is going to be what you need to beat to get up on.
Time now to move on into that second ride. As mentioned, we're going to go back to Kulkova from Russia. Her score, 177 points. Puts her nose plugs on, takes a couple of paddle strokes. Hey, crew here in Canada, let's get her fired up. She traveled all the way from Russia for this competition.
32 years of age, 10 years paddling, part of the Russian Freestyle Federation. Kulkova drops in. Time to get loud for a second run. Ekaterina comes up to the foam, looking for a blunt to the right side, trying to get some air. She's going to possibly roundhouse to the left side and comes and using that surfer's right side to get up on top to come down with some speed. Doesn't quite get that speed. Oh, caught in a flurry of ends and stays controlled. Still doing well with 16 seconds, moving right around there and setting up for a next pass. Let's see what she's got. Ekaterina with 10 seconds remaining, coming in into a back. Oh, looking for a helix there. Ekaterina Kulkova from Russia.
Yeah, she knows that it's going to take some big tricks if she wants to break into that top 3. We get to the replay. She lasted for a few seconds out there. She did put points on the board. We'll see if it's enough to better her first run of 177 points. Setting up on the foam pile. taking a couple strokes trying to drive that boat down. The judges will give her, but nonetheless, a wonderful performance just to get her here to the finals. Katerina Kukova gets to the eddy. She will keep her first score as her second run comes in at 115 points. Back to the top of the heat. In our second person dropping in, the current champion with her second ride, Claire O'Hara from Great Britain.
7 world time champion. This lady knows what to do to be able to go big. Already got now 8 world titles from Monday. She goes into a massive back Pan Am. Top of the foam pile, sets herself up using that surfer's right to be able to get up and going for a roundhouse to the right side. Coming back to the top. Beautiful big move to start it off. She's already got looking for a roundhouse to the left. Gets a little bit pushed around. Top of the foam pile. Cheer her on, UK. I know you're up there as we go into a helix. Claire O'Hara.
She was out there juking and moving, not getting the biggest of tricks. She gave it her best, came up a little bit short. Her first run was 263 points. That was enough to give her the third place position. A look at the replay.
Just checking out the slow motion replay there, Hovey. We can see her in her first pass. Comes in. Some people call it a flashback, but the ICF, it's a half a spin into a back clean blunt. You can see her going for that big clean back blunt, spitting into it without use of the paddle blade. Possible Pan Am. She comes back to the top. You can see that replay really slowing it down, showing what she can do into possibly roundhouse or blunt.
She has been competing for so long. We've seen her here in Canada now. I've seen her for many years in the United States competing at a variety of big events. She paddles over to the Wilderness Tours raft to get some coaching. That was her second ride. She'll have one more go at it. It could all come down to the third ride because you see right in front of her, Alec Voorhees, silver medalist in the junior men's competition. Nick Troutman, he's going to be coming up here in just a little bit in the men's. Claire O'Hara will indeed keep her first run. Her second run coming in at 158 points. Ches?
That's right. So her first score of 263 will remain as we're going to go over. And we can see the top 4 at the moment, how it sits. Ekaterina currently in 4th position from Russia, 176 points. Currently in 3rd, Claire O'Hara from the UK, 263. Hitomi from Japan, 265 in 2nd position. And rounding things up at the top of the order, Emily Jackson with 371 points.
Emily Jackson, I know that she can break well into that 800 or 900 point ride. She can throw every big trick that there is, as can all of these women. But one woman that I am so impressed with throughout this competition is your next paddler from Japan, Hitomi Takaku. She is a World Cup champion, a title that is very difficult to take.
All right, Hitomi, 33 years of age, been paddling for over 10 years, over a decade, on the World Series for a long time. Hitomi always paddling out there with a massive smile as she goes into a back roundhouse to the right side, sets herself up, looking to go over to the left blunt. Now coming back to the top, sets herself up. Let's see what she's got. Going to the right for a right. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, let's put your hands together for Hitomi for a second run.
It was good, but I believe that she'll keep that first ride. When she came in on that first ride here at the Women's K1 Finals, she had a score of 265 points. That put her in 2nd place. Right now, the score to beat is 372 from Jackson. Hitomi's last ride was 265. Claire O'Hara had a 263. As of right now, Kulkova and O'Hara have not bettered their scores, and I doubt very seriously that Takaku will either. However, she does have another ride coming up.
That's right, Hovey, as the sun is breaking through the sky here. The action is thick, and I see a whole bunch of people lining the banks here. We can see Emily Jackson getting fined up and ready for her next run. And at the moment, Hitomi's second run, 166 points, Hitomi. So here she will keep her first run of 265 points.
Back to the top of the eddy. It's going to be Emily Jackson. She's up next. Jackson currently holds the top spot. But I guarantee you, she's not comfortable with that 372. And you know what she means when she throws that up. She's asking for you guys to cheer for her because she is about to boost big.
25 years of age, 2 times freestyle world kayak champion. Here comes Emily Jackson into a massive back blunt or Pan Am to the right. Goes to the right-hand side. Forwards this time for a blunt. And then getting that boat to just whip around. Backing it up now. Trying to go up, up and away. Backwards to the left for a back blunt. And mixing it up there. Both directions to the front, to the back there. Getting that boat up and out of the water. Now she's trying to go over vertical for that Pan Am. Emily Jackson.
We'll see if she beats her 372. I get such a kick out of these competitions and how fast time flies by. It was just last year, Jez, if you recall, we were at the Payette River Games, and Emily Jackson won that competition while she was, let's say, pregnant. I'll just put it out there. She was going to have Tucker, and now here's Tucker at the event. And I got in trouble at that event because I made reference to this, and a woman came up to me and was like, you shouldn't joke about her being overweight. And I was like, no, she's actually about to have a baby in 2 weeks. So here's Tucker up here hanging out with us, and there's Emily back, and she is in her prime, and she is the top paddler. Let's hear it for Emily Jackson. We've got her score. I didn't mean for that to be an awkward moment, but that happened. She'll keep her first run because her second run score, not quite enough. It was close. She comes in with 360 points. We'll see her again. Here we go back to the eddy, though. In just a moment, we've got the top 4 so that we know exactly where we stand in this competition. Emily Ward will be up next. We've got 2 Emilys in this finals. Russia, the UK, Japan, and the United States all represented. Your top 4 goes like this. In the 4th place position from Russia, it's Katerina Kulkova. In 3rd, from the United Kingdom, Claire O'Hara. The Japanese paddler Hitomi Takaku is in 2nd. And with your current standings with 371 points, the top female is Emily Jackson. Time now for Emily Ward from the UK.
This lady has been 7 times as a UK team member. This 4th appearance at the World Championships as a senior. She's been on the series for a long time. She is fired up. Here she comes, Emily Ward. Emily now drops into coming into a back roundhouse to the right as she comes up, setting herself up, coming in backwards. Coming around, looking for a back blunt to the left side into a roundhouse to the right. Does she stay up, 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 up? Emily Ward.
That is not what she wanted. She was the top paddler in the women's division coming into this finals. 108 points from her first ride. We'll see what the judges give her for the second ride. Something went wrong here, Jez.
Yes, it's tough. Sometimes competition, how things work here at the world stage, no different. But Emily Ward, a fierce competitor. She's got one more run to come. I'm sure we'll see her back here throwing down. Emily Ward, such a remarkable athlete. Spends a lot of time down in Uganda on the White Nile feature. Her husband there, representing Team Uganda, Sam Ward, giving him some advice. But on the replay, you can see her getting there for that left blunt, staying retained.
While we're waiting on the scores, we're going to go ahead and send down the rafts, thanks to the local rafting community. for working with us on the World Championships. So come on down. Here comes their safety kayaker. Rafting is a staple here, and it's a great place to do so. Whitewater recreation at its finest here on the Ottawa. Right now, though, time to find out our score from Emily Ward of the United Kingdom. Her second run is better than her first, coming in with 135 points.
She's got one more run to go. Remember, they've got 3 runs, of which their best run will count, and that will determine who gets first, second, and third, and who gets the World Championships.
With only one ride remaining, currently in 5th place, it's Emily Ward. In 4th, Ekaterina Kulkova. In 3rd, Claire O'Hara. And in 2nd place, Hitomi Takaku. Right now, at the top, it's Emily Jackson with 371 points. That'll do it for 2 rides of the women. It all comes down to this moment, the final ride here at the 2015 ICF Freestyle World Championships K1 Women Finals. As we take a look back as the rafts come through, here's some of the top action from this heat so far.
So you can see Ekaterina Kulkova moving into some nice roundhouses to the left. Claire O'Hara with a big back Pan Am, it looked there from that angle. On the top, moving that boat around so fiercely. And the Japanese athlete, Hitomi, staying in that feature for that entire 45-second run. Emily Jackson currently on top of the leaderboard with that beautiful pass, looking for those helixes as well at the end. Going for that back blunt to the left. Emily Ward going to try and do what she can and bring it out of the bag here for her last run. You can see her setting up there for that back move. Oh, big back blunt to the left.
This is all part of the ICF, the International Canoe Federation, and it is exactly that, an international competition at its finest. As we take a look to the other side of the river, the wind has blown a couple of our flags. If there's anybody over there that could help take a paddle and flip them over, we just wanted to show you this. 29 countries represented here at the World Championships, and as I look over there, of course, I recognize my home country of the United States of America. I see Japan, Great Britain, Australia, Brazil, the Germans, the French, the United Kingdom, Russia also represented here. The Canadians, of course. Let's get loud, Canada. This is all taking place with a whole lot of Maple Leaf pride. We've got one more raft to send on down, and then we'll get to our final ride here in the women's division of K1. Now, Jez, while we wait, you and I are over here babbling endlessly about these tricks. For our viewers at home, and if you're in front of a TV, let's talk about the most popular moves here at Garburator.
Blunt, you'll hear me call blunt quite a few times, trying to get that boat over 45-degree angle and land from a front surf to a back surf. Trying to get pop if you can get it clear of the green. That's important as well. Back blunt. Doing the exact opposite, bringing from the back surf around to front surf. The idea is not to do it in the foam pile. You've got to try and do it in the green water, otherwise it won't score, and you've also got to land facing up or downstream. Pan Am getting that boat to go whipping over your head. Completely inverted. You can see Nick Troutman, which we'll see here later in the day, doing that move. Great example of it. And Dane Jackson here performing a beautiful air screw, doing an entire barrel roll, going from hull, rolling over, landing back on the bottom of your boat. And the helix, 150-point move. You can see trying to get a full 360, I think it's now 270-degree rotation around over your head. The McNasty, we probably only see a couple of them throwing here today, going from 180-degree surf, back surf, into a front surf, as well as doing a full flip or loop in the air. That's great to see these moves slow down. You can actually see what we're talking about rather than us just saying moves and you're back at home just going, what are they talking about?
Well, I appreciate the description, and I also appreciate the performances being laid down by our ladies here in the finals. Right now, still in 5th, Emily Ward in 4th. Katerina Kulkova. In third, it's Claire O'Hara. In second, Hitomi Takaku. And in first place, the American Emily Jackson. It all comes down to this moment, the final ride here in this 3-ride format. We still have some rafts coming down. It is a busy Saturday here on the Ottawa. What a great place to come out and do some whitewater rafting, bring the family, bring some friends, and get out there and enjoy the environment, the beauty, and the splendor of the Ottawa River Valley and the Beachburg area. I love this place. What do you think, Canada? How special is this place you call home? It is magnificent. I've been loving it. I loved it when I got the call from Mr. Kowalski. Hey, Ken, do you want to come up and be our head announcer at the World Championships? Yeah. Why did you even call me and ask? Of course I'm coming. I got to work with you and Corey and Matt, call the world's best competition and the world's greatest amphitheater and atmosphere. I absolutely love the Ottawa area. And coming here at the end of August and beginning of September, the water is warm, the water levels are perfect, and now I understand why the world's best paddlers come here each and every year. It's the perfect setting.
So what we have here right now is we have first 2 runs have gone through our heat of our finals here, and we're going to be getting into the last run. This is the last time that they can actually claw their way to the top of the podium. This is the last time. The drama sets in, and we'll see how it goes here for their final run here on the finals of the Women's K1.
And you know what, crowd? I refuse to hear you quiet. Let's give it up for Katerina and all of their ladies. This is their final ride and their final opportunity here at the World Championships. Jez?
All right, here comes Ekaterina dropping in from Russia, 32 years of age, 10 years paddling as she comes to the top. Let's see what she's got. Goes into a blunt to the right side, whips it around nice and quickly to be able to stay nice and front surfed. Now using that side wall of her boat to be able to try and get up, to get some speed going for the blunt to the left, as she's really trying to sell it to the judges to be able to get that nose to finish up, landing directly downstream so that she can sell that one to the judges into a roundhouse to the right. Backs it up now, coming around for her next pass, using that surfer's right side to get some speed. Let's see her throw it, looking for that helix or flip turn. Doesn't quite get it as she's really trying to force that flip turn out of the bag. Katerina pushing that boat around.
She was trying to muscle it, gave up hope on it, resets now from the top of the foam pile, driving down on this next pass, going for it again, but the carburetor refuses to give, and that'll do it for the third and final ride for the Russian, Katerina Kulkova. We'll take it back to the slow motion replay. She comes into the foam pile. Not going to be the highest scoring ride, but nonetheless, she did very well in this competition. Making it to finals at the World Championships, that's a big deal.
It's hard enough as it is to make it towards the finals. You can see Kulkova using the entire 45 seconds in garb, which is very difficult when you're performing big tricks. She went into looking like a blunt to the right, possible roundhouse there for her first couple of moves. Ekaterina, stoked to be here. We're happy that she's here. We're fired up.
Here's your score, 166 points. So it turns out her first ride will be her highest score with 177. Right now, though, it's time to get to Claire O'Hara from the United Kingdom. Her best ride so far was 263 points. If she wants to get up on top of the leaderboard, she needs to do better than that.
Here we go. Here comes Claire O'Hara. Time for the UK to get behind her. She drops in, looking for her first pass as she comes up to the top, using that side advantage to her advantage to drop in. Oh, going for a big blunt or Pan Am to the right side. Comes to the top, using that surface to set herself up. Doesn't like that pass, but comes down again. She's going to set up into a lefty, a blunt, and pops it around. Looking up, she's got plenty of time. She sets up. Moving into a back roundhouse to the right side. Comes in backwards, looking for a back move. Oh, gets a tail caught. Stays in there. Up, 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 up. 7 seconds remaining. Come on, wheel her on. Let's go. As she goes for a helix. And that gets it down. Unfortunately, just gets flushed. Claire O'Hara.
That was a great ride. The determination from Claire O'Hara was so obvious that she almost flushed on that one move, but no worries. She just powered on those strokes and fought her way back in. We'll see if it is enough. It is a very difficult task to better the ride of Emily Jackson with that 372, but on the instant slow motion replay, O'Hara, who's not necessarily known for being a wave surfer, she is a great freestyler. She is the current reigning women's world champion. She made the best out of a tough situation, and I want to give her a big round of applause. She also already has a gold medal here at the World Championships, taking that in the squirt boat division on the first day of the event.
Yeah, she's fired up about it. She was coming in here just hoping for the best and seeing what she could throw, and she's pumped. Looks like having a chat there with Emily Jackson. Great ambassadors, both of them, having a chat in the eddy, talking about things.
Claire O'Hara will keep that first ride of 263. Her second ride was a 158. Her third ride was similar. That last ride scoring 156 points. Back to the top of the eddy right now. We're going to go to Hitomi Takaku from Japan. To the raft in the eddy down there, to the raft in the eddy on river left. I'm being told we need to scoot you downstream a little bit or get right up to shore, as that is interfering with our competitors. Please, raft in the eddy, move downstream or eddy out and pull that boat up on the rocks. We're going to get to Hitomi Takaku, who currently sits on the podium with 3 paddlers left. It looks like she is just about ready. All right, we're going to drop in Hitomi Takaku. Thanks for your courteousness there, Rafter.
All right, we're going to drop in and see Hitomi coming in, looking for her first run, her final run, I should say, at the World Championship stage. Hitomi drops in, trying to get that roundhouse to the right, looking for another one. This one forwards, comes and backs it up. Let's see what she's got. Hitomi, come on, Team Japan. Let's cheer her on. Come on, Canada. Let's cheer as she drops through, looking for the roundhouse to the left. Comes up into a back surf, looking for a McNasty attempt, stays in. Come on, Hitomi, as she's staying in there, coming into a back surf. Backs it up there, and looking for that McNasty. Oh, she stays in there. 8 seconds remaining. Come on, Hitomi, keep throwing. She's throwing. She's throwing. She's going for it on the buzzer. Hitomi's doing a fantastic job.
She is so excited, getting the big old pump and the claim. The Japanese paddler has been such a pleasure to watch. Her performance has been outstanding. As we take a look at the slow motion replay, she almost bobbled the ball there as she dropped in. She recuperated quickly and made the most out of that 45 seconds, Jez.
Yeah, Hitomi has been paddling so well for such a long time. She's a fantastic whole boater, and now showing that she can do some fantastic, amazing, dynamic wave moves. She spent a lot of time here practicing her moves. Has come across from Japan to be able to represent her country. And she's always got such an amazingly big smile on her face. She's pumped to be here. And we're stoked that she's here indeed.
We've got the score coming in here in just a moment. She seems pleased with that ride. She's got a big smile on her face. That is not going to be her best score, though. 70 points on that third ride, so she will keep her first run score of 265 points. This brings us up to your current leader at the moment, Emily Jackson. So it comes down to this. Emily has 372 points as her highest ride. She wants to better that because she knows coming in to this round that Emily Ward was the leader, and she knows that Emily Ward is good enough to beat that score. So she wants to go bigger than 372. What do you think, crowd? Get her fired up. She's asking for you to pump it up as she drops in for her third and final ride.
All right, Emily Jackson. Everybody in kayaking knows who she is. Part of the Jackson family and Troutman family. This lady is going to style it. Let's see what she's got. Trying to improve on her score she's already got. Emily drops in. Comes around to a spin to a back. Blunt or Pan Am to the right side. Going to the right as well. Getting some pop as she's going to the left for a left blunt. And just surfs and zips across the face of the wave to be able to come back for her next pass. That was a fantastic zip across indeed. As she, that boat was up and away, going for that back blunt.
She timed it perfectly.
Trying to go for a big Pan Am and stays in the back there for a back Pan Am. Oh, Emily Jackson.
That was incredible. An outstanding performance from the former world champion. Will it be enough to make her return as a champion here on the Ottawa River? As it stands right now, she is in first place. The only woman with any possibility of taking that title away from her will be up next, and that's Emily Ward from the UK. But as we look right now, dropping in, Emily Jackson through some massive tricks in her third and final ride.
Yeah, Emily Jackson comes straight into, some people call it a flashback. We're here at the ICF call it a clean back blunt to the right. And whips that boat around nicely for another blunt to the right side on the replay.
Rocking her signature pink helmet, her composite Jackson kayak rockstar. She's also a Team Werner and Kokatap paddler.
See how she just whips that boat across the face of the waves to be able to set up for her next pass. She was caught on that surfer's left side for a very brief time, but just zipped across to be able to get in and set up for her next trick.
I am just beside myself right now as to what's going on. We've got one more ride. Emily Ward has got a lot of pressure on herself right now if she wants to be the champion. And I know how I can get her fired up. I just say she's from the United Kingdom, and you guys cheer loudly. Are the Brits out there? Because I know you guys know how to cheer on your girl. Let's hear it for the United Kingdom's Emily Ward as she gets ready to drop in for the final ride. The current standings right now has Jackson at the top of the pile. She has a new high score, 448 points. If Ward wants to take the title, that is the score to beat. Your highest scoring ride so far in the women's K1 finals. We're going to take a look at our current standings in the top four. Just out of the bubble, the Russian Ekaterina Kulkova in fourth. On the podium at the moment is Claire O'Hara. Her score to beat is 263. Next is Hitomi Takaku with 265. Jackson at 448. If Emily Ward wants a medal, which I know she does, here at the World Championships, she has to get at least 263.34 points. Do you think she can do it, Canada? Do you think she can do it, United Kingdom? Let her know.
Emily Ward, such a lovely lady, done so much for the Ugandan team. Part of what they've done here to make that possible for those guys from Uganda to participate here. Emily Ward is an awesome athlete and a great role model. Let's see her. Fire her up. Come on, Emily. All right, Emily Ward drops in. Everyone's cheering her on. Everyone wants to see her go as she goes into a spin to the right. Comes up to the top, looking to get a back move on. Sets herself up backwards. Come on, Emily, as she comes into a back left. Possible roundhouse. Comes to the top. Surfing herself up there, trying to get around, moves it around. Does she stay? Come on, Emily. Oh, Emily Ward.
Let's hear it for Emily Ward. And before we really even get to the awards, before we even get to it, and I know we have a champion, I want to continue quickly, everyone. A round of applause for Emily Ward for making the finals and also what she did for the Ugandans to get them here. It was remarkable. We'll take a look at the replay right now. It was not quite enough. I will make the announcement officially in just a moment. She had it, but it let slip through her fingers, but not through a lack of effort, Jez.
Yeah, she was actually coming into this in first place. She had a great couple of runs there in the semi-finals to be able to sit her on top of all of the women. Unfortunately, just not coming through today, but she has done so much for paddling and so much for our community that no matter what she does, Emily Ward, we are proud of you.
Yes, absolutely. So now it's time. Let's celebrate your champion here at the 2015 ICF Freestyle World Championships is none other than the American powerhouse, Miss Emily Jackson. And here are your standings. It will be Jackson with the gold medal. The silver medalist from Japan, Hitomi Takako. And your bronze medalist here at the World Championship will be Miss Claire O'Hara from the United Kingdom. I'd also like to continue that round of applause for the Russian, Ekaterina Kulkova, and Emily Ward from the United Kingdom. Jez, what a remarkable heat. The United States on top, Japan in second, and the UK in third.
And I'm stoked to see Ekaterina there, so pumped, so fired up to get that fourth place. Congratulations, Ekaterina. You did a remarkable job. We're proud of you. Good job out there.
I've got my colleague Matt Hamilton out on the rock. We're going to get a few words from the champ in just a moment. But I'd like for all three of our top finishers to stick around. Hitomi, Claire, Emily Jackson, go ahead and climb up there. Matt's getting ready to pop the champagne and crown ourselves a champion. The official award ceremony and closing ceremonies of the World Championships is going to take place tonight at 8 o'clock at Wilderness Tours. The party is going to be a wild one. Make sure that you come out and join us. We have a lot to celebrate with all of the success that has happened up here, right around Beachburg, up here on the Ottawa River. There have been some remarkable highlights, and hardly more so than what we just saw here in the women's K1 finals. But there's your champ, Emily Jackson. She is fired up. I love our little micro stage out there. Matt Hamilton joins us right now. Matt, what an exciting event it has been. I'm a little bit envious of you, my friend. Let's speak with our winner.
That's right, Ken. I'm standing in the middle of the Ottawa River with our current world champion, Emily Jackson. How'd it go out there today, Emily?
Well, I knew I was already a winner when I got to come out here and the sun was shining and spend my entire summer in the Ottawa Valley. Couldn't ask for a better place to be.
Absolutely. It is gorgeous out here on the Ottawa River. This is your second world championship title. Third, shutting me down there. How does it feel to be a three-time world champion?
It feels awesome just to get out, like I said, be out here with my friends is such an honor. And these girls can all throw down. It's a big trick competition tomorrow, and it'll be completely different. So I can't wait to come out and boat with these girls.
Awesome. Thank you, Emily. Let's bring the other girls over here. We got a little bottle of champagne here for you guys to share. We got some pictures of you guys out here in the middle of the Ottawa River. And here they are, Claire and Hitomi.
Thank you, Matt. And there's your top three in the women's K1. Jackson taking the top spot. She is a former world champion. I love it. She brings up everybody to celebrate. That's the beautiful thing about a champion. They don't want to just relish the moment on their own. They want to share the experience with others. And I am certainly grateful that I got to be here and witness it live and in person and to remember this moment for a lifetime. Jackson in first, Takako in second, and in third, I hate to say it, your former world freestyle kayak champion, Claire O'Hara, but Jez, no worries. I know that that's now your fiance. A lot of success out here, and she is excited. Let's get some photos. Stay out there, ladies. The cameras are rolling. The crowd is cheering. There's your top 5 freestyle women in the world, Matt.
Ladies, let's get you to turn around. The crowd on the other side wants to see those smiling faces.
We're going to take a look at some highlights in a moment while we get some more photographs of your top 5. I'm so excited. When they asked me to do this event, I love all the divisions. Don't get me wrong. I love the K1, C1, the men's, the women's, the juniors, the squirt boat, and the OC1. But for me personally, I look forward to this moment. I'm not going to be able to talk after this. It's that simple. I'm about to lose everything. But I'm about to lose my brains, because coming up is what is truly the biggest show in the world of freestyle kayaking. Coming up at 3 o'clock, it's going to be the K1 men's finals. Stay with us. So many highlights. Emily Jackson with an outstanding performance. Her score to beat was 488 points from my recollection. And Jez, she made it tough on her competitors today.
She did. Looks like she did a fantastic job of getting not only a few more points, but a stack of more points. Emily Jackson really took it to another level with these ladies here today. Garb coming up here and producing some fantastic runs. You can see on this replay, looking at some of the highlights, Emily just threw down. Hitomi looks like they're on screen from Japan. She'll be stoked. She'll be pumped with that result. And obviously, Emily Jackson in that composite Jackson boat having a great third run to really put in. Emily Ward just couldn't get it today. Had a great run yesterday, but just couldn't get it out of the bag here today for the finals. Katerina, she is so pumped that she got 4th. I've never seen her so excited. She was just happy to get there into the top 5.
Well, don't go anywhere. Pull up a rock, grab a chair, get front and center. Because coming up, men's K1 finals. It's going to be from the United Kingdom, Brendan Orton. From France, Mathieu Dumion. From Spain, Joaquim Fontaine Imaso. From the United States, Dane Jackson. And the guy that's holding the top spot up until this point, he's a Canadian. He goes by the name of Nick Troutman. It's a family affair between Jackson and Troutman. I know there's a little pressure right now on Troutman because his wife just won the World Championship title right here on the Ottawa River. Such an amazing event. It's incredible. I can't believe it. The weather has cooperated. We had one near miss a couple days ago, but now the sun is shining. Claire O'Hara just having a little bit of fun dropping in the hole. She's fired up with that 3rd place finish. I know that she would have loved to have defended her title, but she's not walking away or paddling away empty-handed, as she is your gold medalist in squirt boating, and she's going to have a bronze medalist here at the Freestyle Worlds. The men are getting to their boats right now. They're getting ready. The crowd is packed. Several thousand people are here lining the banks of the Ottawa River. A lot of pride in that maple leaf. The Canadian flag flying high all around the valley. We want to thank you guys for inviting us into your homes here in Canada. I've had such a great time. I'm looking forward to heading back to Wilderness Tours this afternoon. Before I get there for the awards, I'm going fishing. That was the other beautiful part about this, was thinking about all the things I could do. Paddle my stand-up paddleboard, hang out with EJ and his crew. Going out there, had the opportunity to hang out with Joel Kowalski and his family up at the A-frame, and it's pretty cool how the Kowalskis have this set up. You want to talk about someone that is born and bred around the river. When you have the ability to drop off your back deck right into Big Smoothie or one of the countless rapids here, you can call yourself a local. Want to thank the Kowalskis and Wilderness Tours for opening up their homes, their hearts, and their pocketbook in order to bring this event. They've put a lot of money and time into this, and it shows. This is the best World Championships that I personally have been involved with. We've had some great ones in the past, and I don't want to take anything away from them, but the big thing about this event was the logistics. When we were in North Carolina, the NOC, they did an outstanding job. That place is phenomenal. The Nantahala River is fantastic. But here, they had to bring everything in by boat. They had to truck it here. They had to cut new roads. They had to bring in crazy technology in order to bring it to the World Wide Web. This was no easy task. And I'm telling you right now, I'm sweating, Jez. You know me well. We go back a long ways. You and I talk about these moments. You and I sitting in this chair with Matt Hamilton and Corey Voltaire. This is the event that we look forward to announcing. Men's K1 Finals at the World Championships.
Yeah, I'm definitely going to be on the edge of my seat like I was for that last finals. Every finals that we've had here has been filled with so much action, filled with so much going on. And I'm so stoked to be able to be a part of this event, and we appreciate all the efforts from everyone. There's a lot of small sponsors out there as well. Canadian Tire, people like that. They just helped out make this event possible. All of the volunteers, without volunteers, we would have no event. We truly appreciate everything that they have done. Also, coming up, we'll be seeing a whole bunch of action, hooligan race and things of that sort will be coming up. But the men's final will be kicking off. That's going to be so much fun to watch. We have dropped our men's athletes down to 5. Only the cream has risen to the crop with our top 5, and the top 5 will be trying their best to try and do exactly what Emily Jackson has just done and get that world title, become another world champion. Wouldn't it be nice? I can see on the other side of River Left, Eddie, a couple of our athletes are starting to warm up. We're going to give you the heat list here in just a little bit and let you know what's going on, because the big gun show will be starting here fairly soon. I'll tell you what, we've got the who's who making it through to the finals.
I gotta get my namaste on. And when I say that, it's because you got to start off easy on a moment like this, because it is going to escalate quickly as we look upstream. Some of our competitors getting ready for the men's K1 Freestyle Championships of the world. A beautiful day has been bestowed upon us. The weather is perfect. The crowd is packed, and you can feel the excitement in the air. The grandstands are packed. Front to back, river left to river right. It is just an epic afternoon of freestyle excitement, and we're glad that you could join us here on the Ottawa River. Everybody take a deep breath together and get ready. And then here's what I ask you. Get ready to cheer Canada loud and proud. Let's get fired up for the men's K1 Finals. We're going to bring up the heat list. Here's who we have. Out of the UK, Brendan Orton. From France, Mathieu Demion. From Spain, Keem Fontaine Imaso. From the United States, it's Dane Jackson. And from Canada, representing for you all, it's going to be Nick Troutman. And as mentioned, Jez, Troutman's wife, Emily Jackson, just taking home the top spot here in the women's division.
Yeah, he'll be pumped up by that. You can see all these athletes starting to come into that river left, Eddie, and they're starting to get fired up on the semi-finals. I remember Kim Fontaine just getting so fired up and throwing so many moves to be able to get it through to the finals. He was pumped. I haven't seen him that pumped for a very long time. Let's see if that happens again. We're stoked for him to be here. We're stoked when he gets pumped and fired up. We've also got Matthew, this guy. I tell you what, he's an amazing boater. This kid just flashes that boat in all directions.
As we wait for Nick Troutman to drop in from the eddy above, he's going to come down through the rapid and he's going to get started. I do believe we have him in there now. We were just waiting on him moments ago. Here's your competition format. We've got 5 riders here in the finals. And here's the key to this. These 5 riders, this is the first time I can remember at a world championship competition. All 5 paddlers are from different countries. Let's give a round of applause for that. This is going to be a 3-ride format, 45 seconds for each ride, and best wave will count. So your best ride is going to take home the title. And Jez, here's the keys to the success to take home the championship.
Yeah, we've said this before. It's all about variety, precision, consistency, and strategy. Making sure you land your boat within 20 degrees of upstream will be sometimes the key to actually getting that on the board. Making sure it actually gets into the definitions of what the ICF requests to actually get that move. You can't just do the same move over and over and over again. If you do that, you're not going to score it more than once. You get one move, and then that's it. If you go for a left blunt, you can't do a left blunt again. And strategy, it's all about strategy. You'll see a lot of these athletes coming in. You'll hear me saying air screw to air screw because a lot of these athletes have a routine of going through the first few moves of air screws to air screws and then into Pan Ams. I'm sure you'll see plenty of that today.
Here's some of the tricks. We're going to bring up some video footage that we've prepared here, all part of Corner Wave Media. They wanted you to understand exactly how it works. Starting off, one of the big tricks, it's called the blunt. Take us through it.
Yeah, the blunt, bouncing off the green wave, staying in the green feature and landing again backwards, completely backwards. They've started forwards and landing backwards, trying to get that boat over 45 degrees. The same thing with the back blunt, trying to get that boat over 45 degrees, land into a front surf. The idea, trying to do it in front of the foam pile. If you do it in the foam pile, it will not count. Pan Am. You'll hear me saying Pan Am of quite a few times here today, I'm sure, which is whipping that boat completely over vertical and landing into a back surf. And the more vertical, if you can get it, you can definitely sell it to the judges. Air screw. This is the move that a lot of these folk will be starting off with. Air screws to air screws, which is a full barrel roll in the air, going from hull and then landing on the same hull on the bottom of the boat and landing facing upstream. Helix getting completely inverted, going upside down, whipping that boat around, all the way around, and then finishing up into a front surf. McNasty, there'll probably only be a few attempts of these here today. We'll see how it goes. It's basically trying to do a full loop as well as a spin at the same time, getting that boat up, and over into a loop. And you can see Dane Jackson showing us how it's done here on the slow motion replay. As you can see, just looking up towards the judges on that slow-mo. Great move.
Well, let's quit the small talk. Are you guys ready to get down to business? Let's bring up the music. Let's get this party going as we take it to the men's K1 finals here at the 2015 ICF World Freestyle Kayak Championships. And man, this is what it's all about. Coming in right now out of the United Kingdom, we're going to see Brandon Orton. And man, Jez, so far, I can't believe how insane he's been going, boosting massive airs. Let's see what he's got.
Brandon Orton, this kid just goes massive. Let's see what he's got. First run of 3, let's see it. Goes in for a big air screw and lands flat to an air screw in the other direction. Straight away, air screw to air screw, going over for a Pan Am. Gets caught, goes into a nasty as he got caught on his nose, but he's got 2 more runs to come.
Yeah, he's not happy with that, though. No doubt about it. He knows that he can go the full 45 as he flushes downstream. Not the ride that he was looking for, and definitely not going to be the ride to beat, but nonetheless, we'll await our judges' scorecard. Take us through this one.
Yeah, Brandon Orton coming in. As I said before, these kids are going to be going from air screws to air screws. A lot of times you can see him whipping that boat around so fast. Brendan Orton has come up through the junior class and now representing the UK in the senior class. He got through in the top 5. He's probably not going to be just content with that run. You can see him as he's landing that Pan Am. His tail just got caught and he tried to flip it around into a McNasty attempt.
Brendan Orton with a score. Even though he didn't get a full ride, he still scored 507 points. This will take us to the Frenchman, Mathieu Dumion. And I know that I mispronounce his last name all the time, but I'm in this habit. Mathieu, I'm going to tell you right now, you and I are old friends. I know, my friend, that you can do it. You are a true champion, and I know we're going to see the best out of you. Hey, crowd, let's get my buddy Mathieu from France fired up.
Yeah, he looks towards the sky as he starts to get pumped. 2 times European champion. 4th at Bus Eater Worlds. Jackson Kine, team manager for Europe, as he drops in now, looking for his first move. Coming around for an air screw to the left side and just tweaks that nose a little bit as he's finishing it off. Going to the air screw the other direction. Up. Matthew zips across nice and quickly to the other side.
Wow.
As he goes for a fantastic lefty. Over to a right blunt now and sets up to, yes, going for the over vertical move. Looked like a Pan Am trying to sell that one. Going into a helix and stays in the middle. Matthew to a helix the other side. This guy is lighting it up to a back Pan Am to the right. Matthew, fire. He is absolutely on fire to a back Pan Am to the right in both directions. Now coming into a McNasty possible pistol flip.
Yeah.
Pistol flip, yes, Matthew.
Oh, claiming it. I'll tell you what. When you throw your hand in the air, that's the international symbol of claim. And that's exactly what he did. The Flying Frenchman just slaying the way from start to finish, throwing just about every big trick in the book right there. A remarkable ride, making it look effortless. Hole to hole on those air screws. That is definitely going to better the ride of Brendan Orton and also put a lot of pressure on our next 3 competitors. The Frenchman with a commanding performance.
Matthew, you can see on the slow motion replay for those folk at home, you can see him going hull to hull and now going completely over his head with his boat, trying to whip that boat into that Pan Am move. That composite boat he's only been paddling for about a couple of weeks, if that, has just been thrown around so fantastically on his first run.
Hey, crowd. Up here next to us, turn to your left. Just turn over here to the left. Look upstream. I don't know if you guys see me. There's a camera over here. Wave at it. Cheer. Let them see you. Look. That's, yeah, you're up there right now. Check it out. Look at the hundreds of people in the grandstands and the thousands in attendance. And how about on the other side? You guys are up right now. I know that there's a few less over there, but show your pride, fly your flag, get pumped up. Let them know. We're loving it here in the Ottawa. This is absolutely an incredible moment. I am loving it. We're waiting for the scores right now. And I've said this throughout the entire competition. When it takes this long for the judges to double check, triple check, and make sure that they've got it, it is going to be a huge score. I wouldn't be surprised if this is well over 1,000 points, but I do not know that yet. We'll find out here in just a moment.
Yeah, when it takes this time, you usually know that they're talking about a lot of different moves, trying to make sure that the athletes are awarded all the points that they deserve. The last thing we want to do is to have some sort of issue where we missed a move, so they are definitely tallying everything up and making sure that Matthew's fantastic run is given the points that it deserves.
As he anxiously awaits his score, he's not going to wait any longer. You take a look at your Jumbotron, Mathieu coming in, I was right, with a score of 1,087 points. That guy is a beast. That was a massive ride, but right now, we're going to take it to the Spaniard, Kim Fontaine Imaso. Once we get through the top 5, we'll give you a full rundown on what the order is and what the score to beat is, but as it stands right now, the score to beat, Pretty obvious. It's the Frenchman with 1,087 points. Now we take it to Spain.
All right, he's going to get fired up. He paddles better when he's fired up. Let's see Kim from Spain, hailing out of Catalonia in Salt, 22 years of age. I like to refer to him as the fighting bullfighter. Here he comes, Kim in the feature, dials it in, looking for, doesn't quite like that pass, trying to get that air screw. Yes, trying to move it around, get that air screw on the board. As he's moving to it in the other direction, stays up on top. Into the next pass to a Pan Am to the left side. Sets himself up, looking for a back Pan Am to the right. Into, looking for a Pan Am to the right side. Backs it up, over vertical. Stays up, Kim. Come on, Kim. Yes, staying in there with less than 15 seconds remaining, looking for the helix. Coming into his next pass to the top of the feature. Sets up into a helix. Oh, Kim is firing it up here to a helix in the other direction. Oh, what a great run. He should be stoked with this. Kim from Spain.
He came so close to a couple of catastrophic moments that it could have cost him this ride. However, his wave awareness took over, and he was able to power his way back into the feature. Oh, man. It's only getting better as the days have progressed. Wearing bib 71 out of Spain, Kim Fontaine y Masso erupting on the carburetor wave. He came close, as I said, to crashing, but he also pulled off a number of massive moves.
Yeah, just showing how controlled again he is with that Gigi pod. When he was going for that big boosting air screw, he just got a little bit caught on the sidewall edge, but he was able to throw that out of his mind and go straight into his air screw routine.
You are watching the ICF sanctioned event of the World Championships here on the Ottawa River. As our camera pans across, I can say without a doubt that this is the largest crowd that has ever gathered here and one of the biggest events ever for this valley. And you guys should applaud yourselves for putting this on. I also wanted to give a shout out, and I know they're watching, to any of the guys around here that are familiar with the names Ben Marr and Greg Dashper. They're up on a river in northern Canada, and they texted us and they let us know they were watching online. And I say that because those guys are some of the top pros in the world, and they're out in the middle of nowhere, and they're watching. So we want to say hello to them and to everybody that's watching online. This is a special event, and there's a good reason you're skipping your Saturday on the river to tune in, because this is the big show. Waiting on the judge's score from Fontaine y Masso, Dane Jackson from the United States will be up next. His sister Emily just taken the title moments ago for the women. Here comes our score from the Spaniard. He puts himself up on the board with a score of 920 points. A solid first ride. Just about 157 points separates him from Mathieu at the top. But this guy, oh man. How many of you have ever heard of Dane Jackson? Let me just ask you that. You know the name. He is a remarkable athlete. He's an awesome guy. He just won the world title in C1. Now, he's going to sit down, grab 2 paddle blades, and get it on.
All right, here comes this kid, 2 times K1 World Champion, 2014 World Cup Champion, 10 World Championship medals to his name, into a nice air screw, to an air screw in the other direction, getting those air screws in his first 2 passes, trying to go over vertical, possibly for a Pan Am, to a helix, to the right side, to a helix, and looks like a flip turn, just got slightly caught, so he's going to go and show it that he can do it to the judges. He goes for the back Pan Am to the right side, to a lefty, clean, blunt. Oh, way over vertical for that back Pan Am. He is lighting this stage up to a back left Pan Am. He is just mixing it up. Dane Jackson is fired up with a pistol flip. Oh, what a great run this is. Oh, into a pistol the other direction. Dane Jackson!
Seriously. You ever turn to a friend and say, "Did you see that?" Hey, check this out. Did you see that? Did you guys just see that? That was ridiculous. It is so amazing how Dane, I don't know, it's ever since I've watched him start boating as a kid, for some reason, he always makes this casual comeback into the feature. And he was in a couple of spots right there that were critical that he could have been washed downstream, but instead of worrying about it, he just threw another big trick.
I don't know how he does it. Every pass, every time he comes down the face of that wave is another boosting big trick. You can see Pan Am's air screws on the slow motion replay looking for that beautiful helix to the right side. Just whips that boat over his head as he's going inverted. And trying to hit, look, this is the time. He got a little bit caught there with that back.
And address that. Because he did. He went for the trick. He didn't get it. He tried again. Why is that?
That's right, because if he didn't get that boat to get all the way around with that full rotation, he wouldn't score that direction for that helix. So the idea is to be able to whip it around and sell it to the judges to show that you can do that routine.
Dane paddled over and sat next to the current leader, Mathieu from France. His score to beat, 1,087 points. Take a look at that crowd up here. This is a great shot. This is the shot I've been waiting for. We've got our camera down low on the river right eddy, and look at that grandstand. We can see you. That camera down front is pointed at you. Wave at him. There's Eric Jackson in the front. We've got the whole crew out there. Eric, I know, disappointed to not be in this World Championship, but he is one of the most decorated paddlers there are, and I know that he's proud by the fact that his daughter just won the World Championship. His son has already won the C1 World Championship, and now, not only is his son out there in the finals, but also coming up, he's not only EJ's son-in-law, he's also a native of Canada. It's Nick Troutman. He's on deck. He threw down so many tricks. Dane's just sitting, he's like, what is my score? Hey, Dane, when you put that much stress on the judges, it takes them a little time, my friend. So they are up there trying to calculate it. Wow, did you hear the crowd's reaction when I said Nick's name? They're ready for him. All right, I'm hearing that the judges are ready. They're going to send their score up. Is it going to be the score to beat? We'll find out here in just a moment. Here's your score. We've got a new leader with 1,560 points. Whoa! Emily Jackson's little bro just slayed it. That was remarkable. But you know what we're going to do? As we drop in Nick Troutman, we're going to put the camera on the crowd. What do you think about having your hometown boy from this area up on the river? Get loud, you guys on the other side. Get loud on this side. This is the moment we've been waiting for. Nick Troutman, the feature is yours.
Here comes Nick Troutman, 2009 world champion, 27 years of age, hailing from just up the road. This is your local boater. Come on and get loud as he dials into a nice air screw. Nick Troutman comes in to an air screw the other direction. Stays retained, moving over for a Pan Am. Just whip that boat around. Up, 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 up. Come on, Nick. Come on, Nick. Come on, Nick. Come on. Get up there. Yes. Into a Pan Am the other direction. What great composure this kid has got. Nick throwing it around now into a helix and stays up on top of the bubble. Nick Troutman.
That's okay. Let's hear it for him. Oh, man. Listen, he's got 2 more rides, and he's trying to go big. I talk about that one side of the wave all the time on how tricky it was. No one throughout the entire event has almost got pushed further downstream and made the comeback down up. That just goes to show he is here to fight for the championship, y'all. And also, one fact of that, it tires you out when you go for that attainment back up and you take that many strokes.
He was paddling like he was on fire. I've never seen anyone come from that low in the eddy to be able to come back up upstream. Looking at the slow motion replay, you can see those dynamic air screws on his first 2 passes.
Nick Troutman, he is a little disappointed over there, but we'll see him again. He comes in with a score of 607 points. That puts him out of the top 3 right now, but we've got time to make up for it. We're going to take a look right now at your leaderboard. Out in front, without a doubt, it's Dane Jackson with 1,560 points, currently sitting in second place. From France, it's Mathieu Dumion. In third place out of Spain, it's Hakeem for the championship. From the United Kingdom is Brendan Orton with 506 points. What do you think, Ottawa? You loving this? I thought so. Jez, how about yourself?
This is fantastic. I'm so stoked to be part of this event. The action, this is just the first run. Remember, they've got 3 runs, of which their top run will be the one that counts.
We're going to take a look at some highlights from that first round. Without a doubt, it's Dane Jackson stealing the show with a ride in excess of 1,500 points. Brendan Orton started things out, a dynamic paddler from the UK, Mathieu, who is currently sitting in second place from France. He's got 1,087 points. Huge maneuvers being hucked here on the Garburator Wave, all part of the finals here at the Freestyle Kayak Championships. But let's not forget about Kim Fontaine Masso from Spain, the Spaniard, throwing down a dominating performance. But they're going to have to up their game if they want to be on the podium. Coming up next, ride number 2 here in the finals for the men.
So we can see the replay coming in. How big. That was just a colossal back Pan Am by Dane. And you can see how fast and dynamic that they whipped that boat around, trying to get as quickly to get that pass over their head to be able to get those air screws.
Monster moves going down and a huge crowd in attendance. You guys are up once again on our screen over there on River Left. Let's hear it from you right there by the Wilderness Tours rafts. The crowd is fired up. You can feel the energy here. It has been getting raised each and every ride, each and every day. And right now from the United Kingdom, let's get ready for Brandon Orton.
Brandon Orton drops in for his second pass, paddling for 10 years, hailing out of Great Britain as he... Oh!
Wait,
wow.
wait, I got to say this. He actually went too big.
Oh, that was massive.
Massive. That was like almost the first double ever pulled in competition. Let's hear it for Brendan Orton. He was like a spider monkey all jacked up on Mountain Dew. He dropped in and threw an air screw that he almost doubled down on. This was huge.
Looking at the replay, you could see him. He was fired up, pumped, ready to go for his second pass. As he's coming in straight away, just whipped it around and just landed on his right edge. And that's sometimes all it takes.
Oh, man. Wow. I've said it all week long. He is just throwing huge moves. And that one was massive. He's getting a high five from Claire O'Hare over there. If you were out there just playing around with the fellas on a wave, they'd be like, dude, you actually almost pulled a double. Right here, though, he landed on that right edge, and it caused him to flinch. He's smiling. He's like, yeah, that was that big. We're going to see him again. Right now, though, it's time for the second ride from Mathieu from France. When he comes to Gypsum, Colorado, I just call him Matt. Welcome to the States, bud. Here's your score for Orton. It's going to be double donuts, 0. He keeps his first score of 506.67 points. Back to the top of the eddy, the Frenchman. He currently sits in the second place position. What do you think, Mathieu? Are you loving this moment, my friend? I know you. You're so awesome to watch paddle, and I know what you're feeling right now, the vibe. And crowd, I'm telling you, if you get loud and you get crazy, he's going to feed off that energy. He takes a deep breath. Take it away, Mathieu.
All right, Mathieu Dumoulin, second at the World Cup in 2014, 2 times European champion, 4th at the Bus Eater Worlds, trying to improve on that now. Mathieu taps into a spin, setting himself up, going forward, trying to look for a air screw, doesn't get the bounce he wants, but then throws that air screw up and around into an air screw in the other direction and whips that boat back into a front surf, into a Pan Am to the left side, uses the foam to his advantage to be able to set up to the right for a Pan Am to the right, backs it up over vertical, back Pan Am into a back blunt to the left, setting up to the top of the foam. Let's see what he's got. Into a helix around, whips it around to the right side, whips around to the left side. This kid is just going for it. Matthew is monstering these moves. He is throwing it around like no one's business. Matthew.
That was a great ride. He seems happy with that. What do you think, Canada? He's doing it for the title. He's also doing it to impress you as well as the judges. Jez, as we take a look at the slow motion instant replay, you've got to slow down these rides just to catch the action that was thrown down. He is so quick and so precise.
He was indeed halfway through this routine. As we're watching these replays come in, you can see he's just caught on the sidewall. But halfway through this team, he boosted that back Pan Am. He completely cleared everything to be able to get that back Pan Am. It was so whopping. I've never seen a back Pan Am go that big here for a long time. It's just remarkable.
I'm telling you, these guys are almost going too huge out there, if there was ever such a thing. I mean, I can only imagine the energy that they're feeling, the adrenaline that must be pulsating through their bodies. They are some of the top athletes in any discipline in the world. It takes a lot of acrobatic ability, agility, also cardiovascular. Everything comes into play. Within 45 seconds, they are absolutely getting after it. Up next will be Keem Fontaine Masso for his second ride, but first, we'll wait for the heads up from our judges to find out the score for the Frenchman. Awesome day here. All these countries represented, 29 of them, in fact, at the World Championships, 5 of them here in the finals alone. As Mathieu paddles on over, has a drink of water while he takes a break, we'll grab his score. His first ride came in at 1,087 points. His second ride is much better. It's not the leading score. His second run, 1,420 points. That is awesome. That just puts him a few points behind your current leader, Dane Jackson. Mathieu with a 14:20 in the lead right now after his first run is Dane Jackson. In third from Spain, Keem Fontaine Masso. He's going to be up next. And currently in fourth, it's the Canadian Nick Troutman. Look how fast that margin for error was narrowed between Jackson and Mathieu due to the fact that 1,420 points, he's just nipping at the heels at Dane. But this guy could do it. It's up to him, and it's up to us to get him fired up. We're getting ready for Keem Fontaine Masso from Spain.
All right, this guy's a double European champion in K1 Juniors and the K1 Seniors. Vice World Champion in 2011s in the Juniors, silver medalist, European Champions 2014, 2 times. Third place overall World Cup in senior men's and first at the European Cup rankings in 2015. Here he comes, Keem Fontaine. 22 years of age, hailing out of Catalonia, Salt in Spain. This kid throwing into a right air screw to a left air screw. To the top of the feature, comes into a Pan Am to the left side, setting himself up, looking for a back Pan Am or blunt to the right, into a helix to the right side, and sets up for his next pass, top of the feature. Let's see what he can throw. Over he goes, trying to get that Pan Am. That was over and clear of everything. He gets caught up, and he gets very composed and stays in the middle, has a quick look up at the time. As you can see, less than 10 seconds remaining, coming into a helix and stays up on the foam pile, sets up backwards into a spin. Let's see what he's got on the buzzer. Over vertical. Yes, trying to get that back Pan Am. Keem from Spain.
You ever have something that is just burned into your brain? If you saw it right there, about 30 seconds into the Spaniard's ride, he was just about to flush, and like the hand of a river monster, you just saw this paddle blade come up from the foam pile, grab a stroke, and pull himself back upstream. He literally knew where he was while he was underwater.
You can see how controlled his is. He's spent quite a bit of time practicing his moves on Garb. I've paddled out here with him a couple of times. And he always has such a determined look in his face as he's going out there. He gets fired up and really goes to town when he gets in the moment, he does.
Just vicious on that feature. The gloves are off in this competition. These boys have rolled up their sleeves and said, you want to fight? I got one for you. And the Spaniard's taking it to him. We'll wait his score. The crowd is in attendance. When you see them all mellowed out, it's because I'm draining them. I'm going to get fired up, and so is the athletes, because once they hit the feature, the energy level just goes nuts in here. You can feel it. And I know once this thing gets done, I'm going to go take a nap, and then I'm going to party. Wilderness Tours is going to be the place to be. We're going to bring up the score from Fontaine Masso here in just a moment. He does better his first ride by 50 points. His second run, 970 points. And that is still enough to keep him up on the podium in the third place position. But coming up next, your current leader with 1,560 points, and he's the C1 World Champ already. Let's hear it for Dane Jackson.
22 years of age, hailing out of Tennessee from the US of A, paddling for a decade. This kid loves disc golf, supping, surfboarding, and also snowboarding and booster straight up to another air screw in the other direction. Comes around into Pan Am, over to the left. Caught the tail, but shows the control that he can do there to be able to stay in the middle. Into a helix around to the left side, into a helix in the other direction. This kid is just nailing it up. Yes, does straight well. Tied into a nice big back blunt to the right. Moving it to clean it up there on the left blunt, Dane Jackson.
We'll take a look at the top four in just a moment. We'll get Jackson's score. I don't know if it's going to be enough to beat his first ride of 1,560 points. I'll point something out. The Jacksons are friends of mine. I went to their house last year in Rock Island, and Dane wanted to show me some video on his computer, so I went upstairs, and you talk about being decorated just casually. Up there in his office, he has like 400 medals scattered about, literally hanging from the rafter. So he has been in a lot of competitions, and he's one of the most decorated veterans on the World Tour. Sounds like we're ready for our next competitor. We'll talk about that in just a moment. We'll get our score here in just a moment. Your second ride from Dane Jackson, will he better that first run score of 1,560? He will not. His second ride comes in at 923 points. So again, this is a 3-run format. The top ride is what's going to determine our winner. Here's your current standings in the top 4 position. Nick Troutman in 4th. Keem Fontaine Masso in 3rd. He has 970 points. Mathieu Dumion is in 2nd with 1,420, and Dane Jackson with 1,560. This will be Troutman's second ride. If he wants to break into those top 3, he has to beat Keem Fontaine's score of 970. Let's get fired up for him, everybody. Coming out of Canada, it's Nick Troutman.
Nick Troutman drops in. Part of the GoPro team, Adidas Sick Line, as well as Jackson Crew, drops in for his first move into an air screw. Just zips across, stays retained. Comes into and selling that air screw to the judges into a Pan Am to the left side and stays up on top. Sets up backwards for a back roundhouse to the right side. Comes up looking for a big Pan Am to the right side. Nick Troutman coming to a back Pan Am and just gets flush. Nick Troutman.
It's all right. It's all right. Let him hear it, you guys. It's one of your own. You got Canada in the finals. We need to get the drone out of here. I know that we got a lot of media in attendance, but remember, you're in Canada and we've got shotguns. We'll shoot that bird down. It's always drone season. We take it back to the action with Troutman. He's going to be disappointed in this ride as he knows that he's got to get a 970 to take Keem off that third place position. It is definitely going to be one of those moments that is what we consider a nail biter, as it will come down to Troutman's third ride. This is not going to be enough.
Yeah, Troutman on the slow motion replay was trying to get those massive back Pan Ams that he's renowned for, but just couldn't get the bounce that he was looking for.
Nick Troutman will come in with 503 points on that second ride. His first run, 606.67. This takes us back up to the top of the order. For my buddy Brendan Orton from the UK. Look at the smile on his face. You know what? He is just stoked to be here in the finals, as he should be. These are the 5 best freestyle paddlers in the world on one of the world's best features, and we're ready for the UK's Brendan Orton.
Brendan Orton from Cheshire in the UK, dropping in. He goes big, and he goes big well. Going into an air screw. Mixing it up there for the air screw in the other direction.
Wow.
Comes
huge.
Up. That Piranha composite boat just styling in that feature. Into a Pan Am to the right. Coming into a Pan Am to the left side. Into a back surf, sets up for his next pass. Coming for the back blunt to the right side. Into a helix to the left. And stays up for his next pass, which is a helix to the right. To the other side. Up, 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 up. And just gets a little bit flush. Brendan Orton.
Oh, and he throws up a big brown claw as he goes by, throwing it out to his Piranha teammates. They are certainly proud of him as they're tuned in around the world. Want to give a special shout out to one of his teammates, David Fusilli, who came into this competition suffering from a little bit of giardia. He was under the weather. He still had a great performance and performed very, very well. But back to the action right now with Orton. Let's just face it, he goes big.
He does indeed. As we're looking at the replay here for those folk watching the live stream, you can see him just tap the blade of his paddle on top of the surface of the water as he's going for that air screw. Just taps it nice and easy to be able to whip that boat around.
Hey, we want to give an appreciation to our friends at Owl Rafting. Thank you guys so much. You see that crew up there? Hey, rafters up there. Good to see you guys. Thanks for joining us. What an awesome environment the river is. It's a family affair. They're going on a family float trip. And it's just so cool that you have this place, the Ottawa River, where everybody can get out there. It can be challenging to the world's best paddlers, or you can bring mom, dad, the kids, the grandparents, everybody along for a fun family float trip. You guys have a wonderful day out there on the river. That does it for the third ride of Brendan Orton. We're going to get back to it with France's Mathieu Dumillon. Right now, Mathieu is currently sitting in second place. Oh, man. This is where I usually throw out some kind of crazy term, and I'll use one that I've gone to many times. It's called the emotional soup sandwich. That's what I feel like right now. I get just so caught up in the moments of what's going on here and worn out and just drained because these athletes are putting down so much effort. They're burning a lot of calories out there, but the camaraderie that they see out there, and they should. Here's your score from Brendan Orton. His highest so far was 507 points, and he betters that with 876 points. It is not enough to put him up there on the podium, but nonetheless, I'd like to say congratulations to you, Brendan Orton. You are awesome, you tore it up, and you proved that you are one of the best freestyle paddlers in the world. Great job.
Making the top 5 out of all of these athletes is difficult enough, and that is such a special moment.
4 rides remain here in the men's finals at the 2015 ICF Freestyle World Championships. Currently in 4th, Brendan Orton just off the podium behind Keem Fontaine-Masso. He's in 3rd. Mathieu from France with 1,420 points. He's in 2nd. And your leader with a massive score of 1,560 points from his first ride is Dane Jackson. So here's how it works right now. If Mathieu wants to win this thing, he has to beat 1,560 points. I think he can do it. What do you think, Canada? And it doesn't guarantee him the victory, but it would make it a lot harder work for Jackson.
All right, Mathieu, once again, I've mentioned before, 28 years of age, hailing out of Millau, France. 4th at the Bus Leader Worlds, 2 times European champion. This kid is going to drop in and go big. All right, Mathieu goes in for an air screw and lands on his hull, going into the other direction, lands on his hull for the other air screw into a Pan Am to the left, coming into the right, trying to get those Pan Ams as well as air screws into an over vertical move, maybe a trophy move, going into a back Pan Am possible attempt. Oh, look at the composure that he has. Whips that boat back around. Get behind him. Start cheering him. This is his last run. Come on, get on your feet. Start cheering him on.
He's got 15 seconds left.
He's still moving that boat. He's wheeling that boat around into a McNasty. Oh, Mathieu is styling it. Keep cheering him on. Mathieu is killing it here now in this run into a helix flip turn attempt. Oh, what an amazing run. Mathieu.
Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Wow. All right, man. It is composure. He almost got nuked by that wave and kicked downstream, and he said, oh no, I will have none of that. He threw a corrective stroke, got back in it, and he never stopped.
Such an impressive fighter Mathieu is. You could see he was just getting caught on the bubble line, and anything could happen on the bubble line. You could just get flushed, or somehow you could fight your way back, gnaw at this carburetor feature with both teeth, and get back in there and throw big, and that's exactly what he did.
He's the toughest Frenchman I know, best looking one as well, especially out there on the water. This guy just slays it. I think he spends more time on the river than he does on dry. Some fashion would be Mathieu and Dane. Top 3 positions. It is up to Jackson here in just a moment as we await the score from Keem Fontaine Imaso. He will register 955 points on that, so his second run will be the highest scoring. Let's give a round of applause for Spain's Keem Fontaine Imaso. He did a great job. Strong work, my friend. But right now it's time to bring up Dane Jackson from the United States of America. Dane, right now in first place with 1,560 points. I'll bet you he can beat 16, maybe even 1,700 points if he puts his mind to it. He knows this wave well. He's been here training, and he's about to get after it.
This kid has got 10 World Championship medals already to his name. Just won the C1. Let's see what he can do here as he fires up Garb straight in for an air screw into another over vertical move with 5 seconds remaining onto a pistol flip. Into a pistol flip. Dane Jackson. What a fantastic run, Dane Jackson. The words impressive are not adequate enough. That was just a magnificent run. He was throwing as many over vertical moves as possible, getting that boat to just whip around.
Yeah, we take a look at the slow motion replay here on your screens. Down here in the stands on River Right or on the World Wide Web. Slowing it down, Dane Jackson catching just massive air. Whopping performance. This guy is hungry for the championship title. Very smooth out there. Will he take home the glory? Or will his brother-in-law hurt his feelings here in just a moment? We are going to find out. We're going to get our judges' score in just a moment. So far, his first run was 1,560 points. That was his highest. His second was a 923. We'll see what happens on the third.
Yeah, looking at the replay Dane Jackson, he tried to go there for that helix. You can see him trying to pull that boat up with his knees. He didn't like his pass, so he came down again. And just showing again how composed he is, whipping it around for that helix to sell it to the judges.
Hey, crowd, how about one more time? Let's get pumped up, because you know who's next? Nick Troutman. Yeah. We're going to get Dane Jackson's score here in just a moment. I just want Troutman to feel the love out there. You could not script a more dramatic conclusion to this World Championships, as it is a moment that he has been waiting for. It will all come down to this ride. Dane Jackson going over there, your current leader, actually telling his brother-in-law, do it, Nick, get after it, tear it up, show him what you got, lay the 1-2 punch on him. Nick Troutman is all business right now. Dane's score, 1560, the highest so far. Is there a bigger one? Yes, indeed, there is a new high score, 1,653 points on the third run from Jackson. Dane Jackson not going easy on the crew. So now, ladies and gentlemen, it all comes down to this, the dramatic conclusion of this performance. In order to break into the top three and to put Keem off the podium, Nick Troutman has to have at least 970.10 points. If he wants to take the top spot away from his brother-in-law, he's got to beat 1653. Get loud, get proud, start to wave the flag. The maple leaf is strong here in Canada. It is time to do it. Here is the Canadian, Nick Troutman.
All right, get up on your feet, ladies and gentlemen. Start to cheer. Let's get this kid going. Let's get fired up. This is your last paddler. This is your last athlete. Get up, start cheering. Come on, here we go. Nice air screw straight away. Every move, cheer him on into an air screw. Yes, stays up on top of the foam pile. Moving into a nice Pan Am to the left. Cheer him on, ladies and gentlemen. We want to see him go. Nick Troutman now fires up. He's got the fire in his belly as he goes for a Pan Am to the right side, setting himself up into a back over vertical back Pan Am into another lefty blunt, moving it around. Keep cheering, keep going. Come on, we want to see him go as he goes into a helix. Nick Troutman doesn't quite like that attempt, comes in for another, moves it around, looking for the helix the other direction. Keep those cheers going. He's dialing it in. Nick Troutman is just on fire. Oh!
Yeah. Yes. Do it. Do it. Do it. Yeah! Yes! Dropping his paddle. Let's hear it for the Canadian. That was absolutely awesome. Oh, man. Woo! Pop the cork on the champagne. We're going to crown a champion here in just a moment. Was it enough? Was it enough to beat that 1653 from Dane? I don't care. Let's hear it, Canada, one more time for Nick Troutman. That was just a phenomenal ride right there. I will never forget what he just pulled off. That was incredible.
In front of his home crowd, the crowd, I couldn't believe it. There was these grandstands were shaking. Everyone was on their feet. They were cheering this kid on. Nick Troutman just came down to the wire for his last run, throwing as many moves as he could. Got a little bit caught there on his second air screw. You can see on the replay. I need a break after this. This is crazy. Hovey, I'm going to stop talking for a second here.
I'm on my third can of Canadian's finest right now. All right, we're going to wait for it. The drama builds. I don't even know what the score is. Everybody's wondering. Nick Troutman downstream. What is his score? What do you guys think? Do you think he's in the top spot? Do you think he's on the podium? He can hear you. He can feel it. He knows that he wants to do Canada proud.
He left it to the last run for him to pull it out of the bag.
Well, I'll tell you what, he's not the top spot, but he is in the top 3. Your bronze medalist here at the World Championships, Nick Troutman, makes the podium with 1,170 points. He had to pull out all the tricks in order to do it. Let's hear it for Nick Troutman in third. In second place from France, Mathieu Dubion with 1420. And your new world champion here, a renamed champion in men's K1, it is Dane Jackson. Wow. Huh. I am so torn up inside while we wait to get those guys up on the rock with Matt Hamilton. Let's take a look at what just went down here in the men's finals, Jez.
Yeah, we can see on the replay here for those that are on the live stream and next to the big screens, you can see Mathieu going into nice helixes. Just got caught a little bit there on a few of them, but goes in for clean left blunt, and he was pumped. Pushes it up to the judges and says, yeah, I'm happy with that. Kim, this fantastic boater. He's still very young, but he's got plenty of boating left in him, coming up from the juniors into the seniors. This kid is just a dynamic paddler, just throws so fast, whips that boat around from Catalonia and Spain, and just making it out of the top 3, getting into that 4th place position, Kim. But a fantastic effort to get into the top 5 nonetheless. The top 5 men's kayakers in the world. Kim just get a little bit flush there. Now let's have a look at the replay here. We can see Dane Jackson going into some back blunts to the right, to cleaning it up to the left there, and over vertical, trying to get that over vertical back Pan Am to some Pan Ams as well. Oh, look at that. Every pass that he had there for those 4 or 5 passes was just big move after big move into a pistol flip. Dane Jackson just lighting up this garb feature and just punches the sky. He was pumped for that run, Dane Jackson. That was fantastic. Now looking at Nick Troutman, leaving it to his last run, trying to get air screws. Air screw just gets a little bit caught, but stays on top of the bubble and moving him into 3rd place. That was a great run indeed.
It certainly was. Troutman walks back upstream. I'm sure he's sensing quite a bit of relief, although he would love to have been the world champion. I'm sure he's proud of his brother-in-law, Dane, for taking the title, and he will be on the podium. We're going to pop some champagne here in just a moment. Want to thank you guys for coming out. Stick around here, and if you can't stay, please come join us tonight at 8 o'clock at Wilderness Tours as we have our awards ceremony. What a fantastic day it has been, a week-long event coming to a conclusion. It has been remarkable. I'm so glad that I could be a part of it as Dane walks over there, throws a big old hug on his brother-in-law, Nick. I'd also, really quick before we get to it, please, let's give the biggest celebration and applause for Brendan Orton and Keem Fontaine Masso. They put on outstanding performances, but your champion is Dane Jackson. In 2nd place, Mathieu Dubion, and in 3rd, the Canadian Nick Troutman. I'm sure that the folks at Jackson Kayaks are fired up. It's an all Jackson podium over there. And the guy with the last name of the same is Dane. We're going to take it on over to Matt Hamilton as he gets an interview with our winner.
Thanks, Hovey. Standing in the middle of the Ottawa River, I've got our new world champion. He was also the reigning world champion, wearing the world champion bib here on the Ottawa River. Some amazing paddling from all of these guys in our finals today. Dane, how's it feel to be on the top of the podium again?
Oh, it feels so good. I'm pretty fired up. This was actually one of the toughest competitions that I've ever been a part of, so I was fired up.
He said at the end there, he's just fired up. It's been amazing out here on the carburetor. We got Mathieu and Nick here as well. Mathieu, silver medal for you. How's that feel?
That feels great. I'm so excited from this final we just did. Everybody was so good, and I'm really happy to get second at this event that was just awesome all the way.
Thank you, Mathieu. Over to Nick here. A bronze medal in front of your hometown crowd. Your entire family's here on both sides. You've got your wife here just winning the World Championships. How's that feel, Nick?
Super psyched to be here, and just so many people coming out and giving me support. And really excited just to have the world come and check out the Ottawa River, because it really is pretty special to me.
Awesome. We've got a little bit of a celebration for you guys. Each one of you needs to grab a bottle here. I'm going to give the big one to our world champion, Dane. And then you guys get a couple of bottles as well. Have a little fun with those guys. Try not to get it all over me, but hey, who cares? Have fun, boys.
Yeah, do it. Shake it up. There's your top three. Dane Jackson in first place. His teammate from France, Mathieu Demion, in second. And in third, your local boy gone good. It's Nick Troutman. Let's hear it for him, everybody. I love it. I'm sure Dane's sponsors are so fired up. You're going to see those photographs around the world here shortly. It has been a fantastic event as we draw to a conclusion the World Championships here on the Ottawa River. It has been truly an honor and a privilege to be one of the voices of this event. We're going to take a look at some of the highlights right now. And Jez, they were endless. Here's a look at your winners in every division. We went through a lot of them. We started it off with OC1, your champion, a Canadian, Andrew Hill.
Andrew Hill was one of the only ones that was able to throw pistol flips out there in an open boat. You can see the slow motion replay of him getting fired up, if you will. And Sage Donnelly, what a fire that she has in her belly.
How awesome was Sage's performance? Absolutely dominating out there. Those girls were so excited to be a part of this event, and it shows. Your champion in the junior men's division was none other than the Brit, Hugo Anthony.
Hugo Anthony, so pumped. This kid looked like he was just going to stay on top of the leaderboard there for the finals the whole time, and he did.
We just saw him in the K1. If you missed it earlier, he's also your C1 championship winner, the title holder, Dane Jackson. He's had a lot of champagne today.
Yeah, he has, coming in just behind, in front of, looking at it, coming on to the women's champion, which is Emily Jackson. Emily Jackson was so pumped. She got a great run. She bettered her second run in her third run, getting over 800 points.
And then, of course, another highlight, wrapping it up into the replay, your men's K1 championship. It was Dane Jackson.
Dane Jackson, no stranger to competition, and just showing why he sits on top of that podium so many times, throwing move after move after move. And they're not just small moves. They are the most dynamic, difficult moves to do in the ICF Appendice rulebook.
Just a remarkable event. My voice thanks you. It's been a lot of talking. We're going to see at the awards ceremony tonight at 8 o'clock at Wilderness Tours. If you couldn't join us here live, it was a phenomenal performance by all of our paddlers, and it was brought to the World Wide Web by the outstanding job
Thank you very much,
of the
guys.
production company, Corner Wave Media. We're so glad that you could come out and join us. It has been a fantastic event. I'm so excited to have been here and to have participated myself on behalf of Corner Wave Media, Wilderness Tours, the Ottawa River Valley. I'm Canoe signing off for Jez, Corey Volt, and Matt Hamilton. We'll see you at Wilderness Tours at 8 o'clock. Once again, it has been a wonderful event. We'll see you on the river.
Hey, Ken, we got one more thing coming up here in a few minutes. We have the ducky race. They're going to send the ducks down, and they're going to bring up the winning ducks to me. I'm going to announce the numbers.